Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this edition of the Lobster Pod. I'm Phineas Samuelson, joined alongside Mike Callahan for this first round of the playoffs of mixed ultimate. We have the University of Massachusetts playing the University of New England. Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing well. It is a slightly overcast morning. But it's not supposed to rain on us, so we're very happy about that. And we are getting ready for the pull. UNE in the dark, pulling from right to left with UMass in the white.
It is a fantastic first pull from the University of New England. As you're mentioning pre-broadcast, a little bit of a newer program looking to establish themselves here.
Wonderful deep throw going into the end zone, and it is caught for a point for UMass.
UMass with one of the more established programs in the country, so we'll look to see them play that solid fundamental ultimate all day. Really nice put there from Zudisk. I think if you're UNE, you want to take away that over the top throw.
Well, as you said, with a new program and a new coach this year, trying to adjust, trying to get everyone on the same page and understanding team defense. We do have what is interesting is UMass really looks low on numbers, so we're going to be looking at a lot of not a lot of rest time. We'll see if that plays a factor later in the game, whereas UNE has more bodies to throw out on the field. And I gotta say, the plain dark blue or black with the white lettering is very subtle, but it is a very good approach.
Again, solid with the uniforms.
Solid jersey.
All right, the pulley will come from right to left across your screen. It is up, and it hangs up for UNE, and they will take over.
And they catch the ball.
Always a solid decision to catch the ball, cutting from the back of the stack. Nothing doing on the first cut. Looks like we'll look to get your handler reset.
All right, a little bit of stalling, but nice hammer to the middle of the field, caught by number 7.
When I saw a handler, and they'll get to a handler reset in the middle of the field.
And deep throw to the middle of the end zone, and just over the head, an outstretched arm of number 4. That was a really good look and a really good throw. Just a little bit out of reach.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to establish that Will to Troy connection, as we'll get a cut from the back of the stack. Just unable to complete.
We have a turnover. Near side of the field, UNE takes over.
Well defended there by Megan, and will take over for UNE. Looking for out the back of the
throw. High up, just over the defender. UNE puts one on the board.
You got to love that cut from John there. He was able to get over out the back of the stack, and Will able to put it where he could get it. Really nice work there from UNE.
Yeah, he wasn't really even that open. I mean, his defender was underneath him or closer to the disc. Will just put it up over his head where he couldn't quite get to it. That was a really nice put. Both teams in the opening running vertical stack offense, which is usually you have 2, sometimes 3 handlers, which are your main throwers, kind of out and back towards the disc, and you have the rest of your cutters in the center of the field in a straight line. And what this allows is lots of space on both sides of that stack to make cuts and to throw to space. So we'll see if they stick with it, or if one team changes up or changes up their defense. So UNE getting ready to pull.
They'll go from right to left across your screen, and the disc is up.
And it's coming to the near sideline. Lands in very nicely.
It's a really solid pull. They will swing it out to the center of the field, swing out towards the far sideline.
Marks.
Looking to put it deep, and it's
22's going. She's going to catch it, and perfect offense.
I thought they might have been in. but looking to get that extra insurance pass.
Yeah, you know, 22 just it just made a decision to cut and went for it, lost whoever was on defense, and wide open, catches the disc, makes the throw. Now from my perspective, there looked like there was some confusion on the UNE side. It looked like the mark, who is the defender guarding the person with the disc, was forcing, a force is when you're trying to make the offense throw in a very specific direction. He was on, that defender was on the wrong side of the person they were guarding, and that left the entire side open. So let's see if UNE can straighten that out, or if that was just a momentary blip.
No, really good observation, because it looked like the mark had a really solid understanding of the field and really was able to push it that way. Unfortunately, it was forcing towards the
that's
open
coming
side.
towards the tower. Oh, that pole was a little bit out of bounds right around midfield.
It's coming back eventually.
Okay, maybe tower is a little bit of a strong term. Scaffolding would be a more appropriate term.
Elevated platform of sorts, yes.
I really think our videographer could have caught that one. Max has good hands.
An alum of the Maine Coast Waldorf Ultimate Program.
All right, so it looks like UNE is going to take it right around midfield, middle of the field.
So it's going to be Will for Northeastern.
It looks like they're running a hammer to the front corner, but into traffic, and what a catch by Nine just needs to take a breath.
Yeah, Will found Lucas there on that far corner, and no, you're right. He could have taken a moment to just pause.
Yeah, Lucas had that. It was a great job by him to get up and get the disc.
Yeah.
Oh, nice layout grab.
Really nice job. And it sounded like there may have been
I thought I heard the travel call.
Yeah, there may have been a travel call, but really nice job there by the UMass handler to track the disc and get it in the center of the field. As we'll get a reset here.
Far sideline, UMass setting up. Oh, good cut, looking deep and catches the. Oh, Will was in midair when he realized he couldn't get there.
Yeah, as UMass will swing it back to the center of the field.
Nice work by UMass. And that's going to be point in that back corner. Number 22, again, a major part of their offense.
Yeah, and as you can see, UMass doing a really good job methodically working the disc up the field. They took their swings where they were available when the strike presented itself. They took that opportunity and with the score.
So UMass up 3-1 now. They're really nothing so far that UNE has done on defense. It's really disrupted UMass. So, you know, the coaches got to get them together and say, all right, you know, remember your positioning, remember where you need to be on the field. Are you taking the under away, which means are you taking away everything towards the disc, or are you going to take the over, or you know, more upfield away? So we'll see how that shapes out.
And based off the data we saw yesterday, whenever the wind was a little calmer, we saw people try and take that under away. And then towards the later afternoon games, when you had the wind kick up, you had people take away that over the top throw to fruition. So I think if you're UNA, you may want to shade under as the pole is up, and looks like it will shoot.
Looks like that will go out of bounds on the far side of the field. Just a little bit outside.
Somebody called Gary Paulson, because that disc went all the way out the far side. So UNA will take over at the quote-unquote brick point.
Justin with the disc.
And so for those unfamiliar, the quote-unquote brick point is a point in the field about 25 yards out out away from the end zone line, which is if a pole goes out of bounds, you can then start at that point. As UMass will look to quickly answer here.
Oh, and
they'll
they
put
go
it up
deep.
and
Oh,
deep,
and
and that
just
is in
over the head of the UNE player into the end zone. Yeah, UMass has shown the ability to quick strike as well as work the disc when they need to. UNE really needs to just sharpen up their game a little bit. Now, I think what happened there, so that was the first time today that we've seen zone and UMass, with low numbers, it makes sense to play zone because you save your legs. Zone, like any other athletic sport, you're looking to take away space. And from that brief view that we saw, they're playing a standard three-person cup, which means they have 3 people within the vicinity of the cup and about 8 to 10 feet between the players in the cup, and 2 of the players have to be at least 10 feet away from the handler. Then you have 2 people taking the sidelines away, and then 1 person really deep, and then 1 person in between to take over the cup and behind the cup away. Oh, great pull.
That was a fantastic
That landed
pull.
in just in front of the front corner of the end zone. So UNA, well, they've gone back to person for UMass. Nice cut from the back of the stack.
Yep. As you could see, so UNA was starting to set it up, and they were able to find some gaps in that zone. So I'm wondering if
that is a shame.
Looked like Justin may have been able to take an extra beat there, as UMass was set up right on the corner of their end zone. Really nice work there from UMass to get that quick.
UNA takes a well-timed timeout. Honestly, from UNE, I'm liking what I'm seeing from their cutters. They're not all cutting at the same time. The first point or two, there were no cuts coming, but now they're starting to get a little flow, and it's not just from the back of the stack. You're getting some movement from the front of the stack as well. However, they're really being, UMass is just too good to not be playing your best defense, and that's where UNE is struggling right now.
True, and I think it will be a good test for UNE and something to build on, that you have a premier program such as the University of Massachusetts.
Well, and as we said, UNE is a new program, so they've got from watching warm-ups, there were some pretty brand new players, within the last year or two. So I think it was last spring that they, last spring or the spring before that they reformed. So there's some rawness, but there's some talent there, and they do have some throwers.
True, but you're right. I love the timeout decision because you'd had 3 points in a row, where US had rattled off, bang, 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 and so to get that timeout, get a little bit of a reset.
Yeah,
really nice call there.
They're running around on defense, and that may sound counterintuitive in a sport where you're always running, but when you're chasing, which means you're always behind the person you're trying to guard instead of anticipating where they're going to cut and going to that spot, or staying disciplined and making sure you're on the proper side of your, of the defense, that takes a little bit of work. So hopefully UNA will come back out here and score, and then have the opportunity to go on defense and straighten that out.
Yep. So it looked like there was a little bit of a conference from the UMass side. UNE ready on the right of your screen.
They might be discussing a zone.
So the pull is up.
Nice pull. That's going to roll a little bit.
And it is going to roll. Oh, it looked like it just enabled. And you're right. It looks like they're going to come in that 3-3-1.
Yep. And
Really nice job there by number 5 from UMass to cut off that immediate swing pass.
Good recognition by UNE that it's a zone.
Oh, really?
Better defense by the wing, number 4.
Yeah, really nice job to have her come down and pinch down to cut off that really wide swing.
Oh, and looking to capitalize immediately. Oh, and 17, Justin does a nice job of reaching over the offensive player without fouling her.
Justin to swing all the way out to the far sideline.
All right, good recognition.
And that'll be Cavan. Cavan for UNE. We'll dump it back. We'll dump it on back.
Oh, and a deep throw up the field to 0. And good. But caught on the rebound by number 4.
Which is why you should
turn around. There you go. And he is. Is he in or did he walk in? He is in.
Looked like Connor may have jumped up and over the line and into the end zone.
That was actually really nice by UNE there. Now they got fortunate for sure because the defender was there and hit the disc, and number 4 was there to, Troy was there to clean up the mess. But why that's a good idea is, standard thinking in zone is often, well, you've got a deep back there, don't throw it deep. But you don't know if that deep is a good deep and can read the disc, can react really well. So by testing them, now you see, okay, he read the disc well, so maybe we shouldn't throw deep as much. But they did get fortunate there and showed a little bit more patience that time in waiting for the offensive player to uncover and get into the end zone.
True, and really good awareness on Troy's part to say, even though the deep was there, was able to defend the disc. Disc was able to stay in the air, and Troy was able to snag it out and save the point for UNE.
Will to pull. Oh, nice pull. Is that going to drift out? That is going to drift out of bounds near sideline. UMass will take it in the middle of the field. Running a side stack now. So like I said with the vertical stack, running in the middle of the field, a side stack is a vertical stack, but on one of the sidelines. So this may be a play setup. If I'm number 3 of UNE, I'm trying to take that away.
Yeah, really nice job on the initial cut there by UMass, looking to find.
And it looks like a straight up mark, and no force. And then. They're just breaking wide open. UNE's losing their players on defense. So again, right there you saw a perfect example of what I mean when I say they're chasing. Number 3 for UNE, Jess, had position under the person she was guarding. And instead of shuffling back and moving back, as the player was moving forward, she let the UMass player get by her and then turned and ran. So you gotta anticipate, when they start moving, you gotta back up and react to them and take away where you wanna, on defense, you wanna dictate. You wanna say, I'm gonna make you go in this direction. And right now, UNE is not doing that.
And we saw a little bit on that last point. We saw that UMass was able to swing the disc out and into that open space, getting away from the side stack. And then as soon as UNE started to chase, they just put it right back into that open space, and they were it was an easy give and go down the near sideline and into the end zone for the score.
And again, it looked like the force was changing. It looked like a straight up mark to start, and then they were forcing the sideline, so that causes confusion with their teammates.
And it will roll around, as fielded there neatly by Liv. Liv will give it over to the near side and find Dylan. Dylan back to Liv. Liv.
Looks like they're coming with a very relaxed cup zone, which is good when you don't have numbers. You don't want to be sprinting around and using a lot of it. Oh, deflected by number 4, but still caught.
Yeah, number.
And that is a deep throw just out of reach. That throw was probably ill-advised because that deep was reading it all the way.
As UMass will take over and put
Oh,
it down
and
the
10
near
is breaking
sideline.
away.
Yeah, and throws up.
A 50-50 disc, and oh, nicely defended there.
Yeah, it looked like Lucas had that one read for UNE.
Now, because of how well UMass is playing overall, that's not necessarily a mistake. If they can pin UNE back and maybe get a turnover on this half of the field, UNE's right on their own end line, and they come out in that, UMass comes out in that zone again, and that they're just not respecting that wing. That's how you beat it, because that wing on defense is coming all the way down, basically being a fourth person in the cup.
And it looks like Chloe for UNE is starting to trickle into that open space. So really nice job there by UNE to change up the trajectory, and just really unfortunate there from UNE. It looked like they were able to get some movement there, and unfortunately they put it into the Bermuda Triangle of offensive players.
Yeah, that looked like a little bit. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a far sideline, front of the end zone, floating up into the air. Number 10 of UMass comes down with it.
Really nice job there on the cutter there for UMass. Able to take that extra beat. I understand, there in the corner, it's exciting. You're almost about to score, but she did a really nice job to just take that extra second, find an open player, and punch in for the score.
That happens with a lot of teams. You get to the end zone, and you're like, oh, I want to score right now. I'm going to try and force this in. As you said, nice job of taking that beat and showing patience and waiting for the player to uncover. So what UMass is doing on defense is they've got that standard three-person cup, but the two people on the wings are what we say pinching up, which means they're moving up and they're trying to take away the swings. Because when you're playing zone offense, one of the ways you want to beat it is get the cup moving, which is swinging it back between the handlers, and having, on offense, you get these two poppers kind of in the middle coming into the cup to try and disrupt things and get the disc, get the easy reset. So what the defense is doing, they're pinching down on those swings, saying you have to go through the middle of the cup. And UNE needs to take advantage of it because it's wide open.
Yeah, as the pull is up, and it will settle down for UNE, fielded there by Justin.
Oh, that's a dangerous throw.
And you are absolutely right. As
that's going to be 22 again. And that is our halftime right there.
Yeah, and no, as you were saying, I like the look from UNE, but just a little casual on that throw, and UMass able to capitalize and take half here at 8-2.
Yeah, that was just that could have been just one of those things that got the throw got away from him when he was making it, because it's like as soon as he left his hand, it looked like he was saying, "Oh no," which means the defender coming down hard makes it really easy to. But to the credit of both teams, no one ran the other person over. It was a dangerous throw, but not a dangerous play.
No, and it was a really nice job done by UMass to have that body control, to go around the intended receiver, and intercept the disc. So here at the halftime show, brought to you by the Mortgage Network of Maine. So if you University of Massachusetts, you've had that solid ultimate. You've been able to take advantage of some mistakes from UNE. What do you think they have to do in the second half in order to keep the momentum going?
I mean, they've shown right now that they can do whatever they want. So they need to take advantage of every mistake that UNE makes and capitalize. Keep pushing the disc and try and. I mean, this was this was a fast first half. You know, they don't have a lot of bodies. Their goal is like, all right, let's end this game as quick as possible so we have rest between games. We can save our legs. What do you think UNE needs to do coming out?
I think UNE needs to start utilizing what UMass is giving them. So as we've seen, as you mentioned, having those multiple wings pinch down in that traditional 3-3-1 zone. So acting more as almost a 5-person cup. Mm-hmm. So if you're able to get those over the top throws and put it into that space, you then have that field to open up. Because the fundamentals are there. We've seen they've been able to swing it really well in between their handlers. They just need to counter what UMass is altering with on zone.
And I do think this would be a much closer game with UNE straightening out their defense. As I said, they're chasing a little bit. They're seem to be getting a little confused on defense, and UMass, they're taking advantage of every. Like they're realizing, if one of the cutters is in the stack, they're realizing if the defender kind of gets lost, and they're just immediately making the cut. So that's good recognition by the UMass club. UNE they need to. They're honestly getting beat on defense. Their offense has shown that it can move the disc. So they just need to clean up their defense. That's the biggest thing.
No, I would concur with that assessment. They just seem to be a little behind the 8 ball when it comes to defense. It looks like that they know what they want to do, but they're waiting for UMass to react. And as you said, that is a way to run defense, but you really want to dictate what the offense is doing.
And you need to tell the marks, in this halftime, you need to say, look, I don't care what the force is, just call it out really loud, make sure everyone on the field knows what the force is, and hold that force. Don't switch the force, because now all of a sudden your entire defense is on the wrong side of the offensive players, and it makes it really easy to score. It sounds like I'm being hypercritical of UNE, but the truth is they're playing. Their offense is competent. Their offense can score and move the disc. They're just getting lost on defense, and they need to clean that up to get back into this game.
Yep. And we will take a small second to go to announce the rosters from both UMass and from UNE. So for UMass, your men are Jonas Dang Osborne, Kaylin McSweeney, Artie Acoin, Luca Harwood, Aiden O'Neill, Dan Kang, Jay Lee, and Charlie Lighthouser. Your women are Andrea Sefrin, Anna Betts, Nico Anberg, Jesse Dorff, and Anna Scheinberg. For the University of New England, you have Justin, Troy, John, Connor, Bryce, Calvin, Dylan, Lucas, and Will. And your women are Megan, Jess, Liv, Ruby, Chloe, Kayla, Alyssa, and Danny. Your score here, 8-2 in favor of UMass Zoodisk, as we are ready for some second half action here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel.
UMass will be pulling to start the second half in the white on the right part of your screen, to UNE in the dark on your left.
And I think UMass has done a really good job implementing that zone, trying to save their legs for later on in the day as the pull is up, going from right to left across your screen. And it looks like it's
pull.
Going to hang up.
Yeah, middle of the end zone. Good pull.
Justin will give it up to Liv.
And they come out in that zone again, and it's up the sideline, which is wide open.
And it looks like they were finally able to get into that open space that the cup was giving them.
Oh, that was awesome patience by number 3. And bullet to the end zone, score for UNE. So when I say they come out in what I say a relaxed cup, normally when you're playing a 3-person cup, you have the person who's the mark right on the disc, and then you have the person who's the middle of the cup about 10 feet away and tight and about 10 feet away from the thrower, and then the other person, the far point, can be either more parallel to the mark or a little bit upfield to prevent those upfield throws. So that's a really tight, normal cup. When I say they're playing relaxed cup, there's like 15, sometimes 20 feet between players, and what they're doing is they're saving their legs. They're sort of occupying space and saying, okay, you know, we're gonna we'll get the mark on, we'll get in position, but when the disc is swung, we're not going to sprint all out to get to that point. We're going to take away throws, get into position, kind of be loose, and then clamp down.
True, and part of the danger of having that loose cut, that if you have those nice crisp throws, that you have the potential to be, as we saw on that last point, by the University of New England.
Yeah, that wing was wide open on the far sideline. That was really nice work.
Yeah, as the pull from Will is up, and it will.
And that is going to. It's just going to drift out of bounds, near side.
No, it looked like for a second it might hang up and be right in that front corner of the end zone. Last second, it just did drift out.
All right, we've got a vertical stack by UMass, so they'll take it in the middle of the field around their own 20, and already making a cut, even though the disc isn't on the field.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good strikeout there from the back of the stack.
And travel called on the throw, and it is a turnover. But that was a really nice look from the handler. I don't think that was a travel, but wasn't looking at his feet close enough.
It looked like it may have been a quote-unquote 4-person play.
Yeah. That might have been a toe drag travel, not I'm taking 15 steps like we saw a little bit yesterday between UVM and UMO.
Yeah, but really well defended there by UMass, and they'll look to work it down the far sideline. And it like
5 is open at the front of the end zone.
Yeah, but really nice job to just reset and take the extra. And then it looked like a little bit of a rush decision there from UMass, trying to punch it back in, trying to give that give and go when it really wasn't there.
Yeah, that was the first time we saw UMass rush a throw. And now they've got UNE trapped on the far sideline front corner. High throw to, very nicely done. UNE breaking out, showing patience, getting it to Will. A little bit of a rush throw. A collision in the end zone, but come down with the disc is UNE. All smiles from both participants, so no one is hurt. That's always a good thing.
Yeah, no, and again, it's been a theme we've seen really nice. Even though they were both going for the disc, really nice body control there by the UMass defender.
Yeah, Megan did a really nice job catching that disc with a person bearing down on her. Now, what we've seen is what we call good spirit. You know, everyone's checking on each other, making sure they're okay. Spirit of the game is very important in Ultimate. It is sort of inherent in the founding of it, and spirit of the game is essentially sportsmanship. You know, being a good sport, complimenting. I like to compliment another player when they make a sick cut on me and get open, or make a really nice throw. It's respecting your opponent, respecting the game, playing as hard as you can, but not crossing the line into showing poor spirit. And we've seen a lot of good spirit so far today.
No, and I think that's been integral to the explosion of Ultimate. Is that spirit of the game, that camaraderie, that showing good sportsmanship and recognizing that it's just a sport and an amazing sport at that. And that when that when people do well, everybody succeeds. As the poll is up here from UNE,
Just past midfield.
and that'll set up UMass with a shorter field. Looks like they're going horizontal.
Yeah, that's going to be a score if the hangs up the disc enough. Oh yeah, that layout would have been gratuitous. That was going to be out of his reach, but that was a nice. You saw that side stack again, and so the UNE defender in that case said, "You're not getting open underneath on me," and so the UMass player went long and got open.
Yeah,
and that's going to be easily intercepted by UMass. Straddle, so it's not in, and that is in.
Yeah, really nice recovery there by UMass. Because again, you saw that UNA did a really good job adjusting, saying, "Hey, look, you're not going to get anything underneath," and UMass said, "Fine,
yeah,
we'll take stuff over the top."
And that guy's pretty fast, so he got open and just overthrew him.
Yeah.
And as I said, that was overthrown enough that a layout I don't think would have mattered, except to try and look impressive to the crowd.
True, but they did a really nice job, even after the turn, to turn around, get that quick interception, and then turn it into a score, which will push it to 9-4 here.
Yeah, that UMass player, it looked like UNE said, "Hey, I'm going to throw it right here," because he was there before the disc got there. That was a really nice job of defense by UMass.
Yeah, and that's been part of the theme with this game is the quick turnarounds from UMass, able to transition nicely from offense to defense.
And like we talked about, that in that far front corner of the end zone a little earlier, that was the first time UNE seemed to rush or force a throw. And we're here in the middle of the second half, so that's good discipline and patience by this UMass squad.
Yeah. But still, and like we're starting to see from UNA that they're starting to make adjustments.
Yep. Oh, that is a turnover.
Yep. It appeared as if number 0 for UNE. I believe that's Connor. It looked like he may have touched the disc in the air.
Correct.
And if you touch the disc on the pole in the air and you drop it, that is considered a turnover.
Now, the idea is when it hits, you're supposed to kick it down if it's rolling, but he got a little excited and did it before while the disc was still in the air.
Yep.
UMass working the disc back and forth. Oh, a little bit over the head, but a great recovery.
That was a...
Over her head, stops, turns, lays out, catches the disc for the point in the end zone.
And see UMass there, they had that open strike cut on the near side, opted instead to swing it to the far side and able to go up and over her head, and a really nice job recovering by UMass to get the layout and the score.
That's a highlight.
Always makes for good ultimate. Having a bid for a score.
All right, so UNE in the dark on the left, getting ready to receive the pull. We'll see. UMass has changed it up a bit using both zone and person. Let's see what they do here, because both have worked.
True. I think perhaps with the game being pretty well in hand for UMass, I wonder if they go back to person to kind of tweak it up, going on into the later stages in today as the pull is up for UMass.
Drifting towards the sideline, that's going to land out of bounds near sideline. That's not a turnover. He's a spectator.
And so they will take it up to the brick point. It looks like they're going to come out in zone.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like they will cup it in. And again, you have that wing pinching down, and you can see here number 7 has.
Ooh, big throw.
That was. But true, and you can see a really nice job by number 10 for for the University of Massachusetts, coming back from that mid position to come back to deep to put more defending bodies there.
Yeah, that was an ill-advised throw. It was just, that entire sideline is open because there's no, with the wing pinching down. So take advantage of that. Take the under there. All right, UNE in the dark, forcing them to the far sideline.
Yeah, and UMass doing a really good job swinging it up and around and back here to the near sideline.
All right, much better job. Number 3, really beating her person to the point instead of chasing. Not sure what the call was. Well, it sounds like it's a travel.
Yeah, and so we will see. We will do it again.
Or maybe a pick, and it affected, so it went back to the thrower. For those who don't know, Ultimate is a self-refereed, so you make your own calls. There are no officials on the field. Oh, nice grab by 16. And if that stays in, 22 gets feet down and scores for UMass. That was really, really good job by 22 to get that foot down.
Yeah, really nice job by 16 and by 22 for the University of Massachusetts. You saw 16 let it hang up for just a second, and then come and snatch it back, and then 22 with getting the feet down to push it to 11 to 4.
And in Ultimate, you need its first point of contact. It doesn't matter if it's a foot, an elbow, or your backside. The first point of contact, if that's in bounds, then you are in bounds. If you are straddling a line, because both feet are planted, you're considered out, either out of the end zone or out of bounds. So first point of contact, it determines whether you are in, when you've stopped rotation of the disc.
And so UMass will pull from left to right across your screen, and again, so that 3-3-1 zone has been working out well all day for them. To the more traditional cup, if you will.
Sorry to interrupt you. Go to 31 W. What's that? That away somewhere? Like right here?
And so. And so with that more traditional cup, you're really able to take away that middle of the field. And it looks like they're going to still come down in that zone.
Yeah, relax cup. Boy, that middle is wide open if someone takes advantage of it. Sometimes people. 16 did a perfect job there of coming in, but he's going to the handler position. They need to, and that is. Hang up in the middle of the field. They need to tone down their hucks. UNE is hucking for no reason. And 16 is on the near sideline. He's going to throw it to the end zone. Oh, nice job. 22 again. What a monster. What a monster. Great game by 22.
Yeah, she's done a really good job all game. That's Nico Anderberg for the University of Massachusetts, and she has done an amazing job all game, just getting open out the back of the stack, and having that deep option there available for the University of Massachusetts.
Yeah, and that was a point where. And there was no reason for it. The throw went out of bounds, and no one guarded number 16 for UMass. He sat there for several seconds with no person guarding him. That's an easy throw. Hit that and see the two people streaking deep.
Yeah, and when you have those options, and again, as you mentioned, UNE keeps challenging the UMass deeps, and they're I think if my memory serves correct, they're 1 out of 3.
Well, it's not that they shouldn't challenge them, but you don't have to challenge them every play, and you have to be selective in when you do it. And the pull is up, curling back towards the far side of the field. Nice job, catch. That's a tough pull to catch. Nice job.
Will to Justin to Liv. Liv looking to the center, really
Oh,
nice.
that is a nice spot to find Will all the way
Yeah.
across the field. That's the throw right there.
Yeah.
You make that throw, perfect.
Megan to Justin, back to Liv. Liv looking to find.
Oh, that's going to be defended.
Oh, really nice job there by the wing for UMass to come down and cut that.
Ooh,
cut
hand!
that
I
off.
got a hand on it. Saw a lot of hand blocks yesterday. We got another exciting play towards the end zone.
Look, it's gonna
UMass.
Be, it's gonna be number
Oh,
9. Oh,
just mistimed the jump a little bit. 7 was there for UNE. He kept with the play, which was a great job by him. Let's see if UNE can continue to do what they were doing that last point and just move the disc to the open person.
Yeah, it looks like UMass is tightening their cup up just a little bit.
Yep.
But I really like what Liv has been able to do to get that disc up and over and through the cup.
Very solid.
Yeah.
And you know, when you have Justin over there who's really tall, that makes it a nice target. Oh, a little bit excitable. Oh.
Oh, but the idea was there. I really like what Megan did for UNE. She's able to get into that open spot and then look to put the disc to the near sideline.
And you could see that, you know, she looked over to the sideline at the coach, and the coach kind of just said, you know, take your time. That's the right throw to make. Just take your time. So we are now on the near sideline. Amherst with the deep fake. Oh, nice cut.
Really nice strike cut there by.
Good mark, trying to take away the big.
Really nice job swinging it out into the open space.
Oh, yeah, that is a foul. That is a violation. That is just in his hand as the defender hit the disc. A nice job on by both parties.
Yep, good job there by a little bit of an upside down throw. Able to get it into that open space.
Oh, that is going to be a point. That was, boy, UMass, they're not moving the disc, or they're moving the disc well. UNE's playing better defense this half, so it's taking them a little bit more effort on UMass's part to punch it in.
Yeah, and you could see it there on full display, that pass point. UNE doing a better job in dictating where they wanted the disc to go, and UMass really needing to work for that point.
I don't know, if I'm UMass, I'm just going to throw it to 22. Trust that 22 is going to come down with it.
That's been their bread and butter all game, and it's worked out for them really well. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah,
so UNE needs to shake off that last point. Like I said, Dave, you know, when you challenge, it's not a bad idea to challenge the deep, but you have to be more selective. And you saw on the last couple of points when they came out in the zone, UMass came out in the zone. They were more, after the first couple throwaways, they were much more patient, moving the disc because there's a lot of space open in that zone. That was a much better job by UNE.
Yeah, as the pull is up, it will curve and it will stay inbounds.
And doesn't catch that pull, which would have been a very difficult pull to catch. Ooh, and that is just did not read the defender there. UMass was coming down hard, and and they took my advice. They threw it to 22.
That's again, it's been working out really well, and she was right there. She was open.
I could coach this team. Hey, throw it to 22. Easy coaching.
It's a game plan even Bill Belichick wouldn't need to steal.
Right. So that was just an example of UNE being young and thinking, you know, they're not coming down hard on defense. I'll just, you know, make that first throw. And the UMass team was coming down hard and ran right in front of that disc. And that's, you know, as a thrower, you shake your head. You're like, I can't believe I did that. But you got to shake it off. You got to come back and you got to play with confidence.
Yeah, as UMass will look to take game here, up 14 to 4.
UMass on the right, UNE on your left.
And I think if you're UNE, it's 1 point at a time. You're not gonna get 11 points this point. So it's just, keeping with that solid fundamental offense.
And that is going to end up out of bounds on the far sideline, just barely, just barely. Yeah, UNE's got to say, look, here's what we're doing. Let's go back to the basics. We're going to work on, if they're coming out zone, we are going to, no, yeah, you take it up there. You're going to work on, let's make our zone throws. There seemed to be a lot of confusion. It should be a brick. It should be up at the 20. Yeah, there you go. In the middle of the field.
I think we've all figured out. And again, they have a really wide open.
Yeah, there's a lot of space.
Yeah,
Take advantage of it.
It looks like they're coming out in person.
And it looks like they're mixing up their handler set, which I like. If you're getting beat and you've got a lot of new bodies, you switch up. Let players play different positions. Let them get comfortable. The more comfortable a person is with the disc, the better their long-term prospects for the season. Oh, and
so that'll be Jesse Dorff.
UMass immediately moving. Oh, just number 5 for UMass just got behind the defender, and that is game over for UMass.
Although I'm surprised there on that last point. They didn't look to number 22.
Well, 22 was on the sideline, therefore, but it still could throw it to 22. Just not necessarily advisable in that point.
And
and the best part of Ultimate, the post-game handshake and soon-to-be cheer.
Yep. And so the final here from your opening game. University of Massachusetts Zudix 15 at UNE 4 here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel. And we will be back shortly with more Ultimate action. Good morning and welcome back to the main YouTube Ultimate channel. My name is Phineas Samuelson, joined alongside as always by Mike Callahan. Mike, how you going?
Looking good. Looking forward to, according to the Wellesley coach, this quarterfinal game between Wellesley, women's Wellesley and women's Northeastern.
Absolutely. We have the Wellesley Whiptails and the Northeastern Valkyries.
The really cool jerseys of Wellesley are in the blue, pulling from the left to the white of Northeastern.
Again, solid wardrobes from both teams as the pull is up and it will land right around midfield. And Northeastern, and as we introduce you to the Northeastern players, the Northeastern have Clara Stewart, Lucy Jin, Mariah Hill, Melanie Coy, and the throw is up and it is good. Northeastern immediately looking to put it long. Wellesley.
Oh, I think she's out of bounds.
From our vantage point, it certainly appears to be so, and I think that's Elise Hall for Northeastern will concur, and so Wellesley will take over. Nice recovery there, and by Anika Wohlberg. Wohlberg will put it up. Unable to come down with it is Sylvie Shia, and so Northeastern will take over in the shadow of their own end zone. Looking to put it on the near side, curling around.
Razor to the front corner, out of reach of everyone.
Just a little too much sauce on that throw.
Just a little bit outside.
Yep. And so cutters for the Valkyries and Brittany DeRohan, Alexa Angulo, Elise Friedman, Elise Hall, Kat Brock, Erin McCrea, Lila Abdul Malik, Caitlin Eng, Jess Montgomery, Gabby Ewing, Morgan Oliveira, Sarah Bauman, Melina Tentero, Elvira Shalhiran, and Nellie Clark.
And Wellesley with the disc. Oh, up, and nice adjustment by the Wellesley player, Krishangi Dandapur, just unable to come up, and Northeastern takes over again on the near sideline.
Really, what I'm liking from Northeastern so far, they're getting those second cuts in well, that's Lucy Jin in the middle of the field, able to swing it down to the near side, finding Hall. Hall will fake and get the strike cut.
Nice far sideline, deep throw towards the end zone, and it is caught inbounds in the end zone by Northeastern for a 1-0 lead.
Now, Mike, what I really liked about that throw is that she was able to keep it away from the defenders, able to get that the OI, that outside-inside forehand, able to curl it back into the end zone, able to find it inbounds this time, and give Northeastern the 1-0 lead.
So far, both teams have come out in vertical stack offense, which means you have usually 2, sometimes 3 handlers kind of back towards the dish. Your handlers are your primary throwers, and your cutters in a line, usually about 10 feet or so in between each person, in the middle of the field to open up lanes on both sides of that stack to cut into. Allows for a lot of space for throwers to throw to, and that's what you really want to do. Is you want to be throwing to space, not necessarily the person. Let them throw it to a space, let them run onto the disc.
True, as Wellesley will take over back on offense. Northeastern pulling from left to right across your screen, looking to orchestrate this defense. Here are all the Valkyries.
And it looks like it's stars and a rocket ship on the backside of these nifty Wellesley unis.
The pull is up.
Very good pull from Northeastern.
And it will hang up. And Wellesley will take over on offense. Looks to put it down to the far side. That's Langbert. Langbert will give it over to McHugh. McHugh just puts it down on the turf. She was looking to find Ohen, just could not connect, and we will get to see this offensive side of the Northeastern defense.
A little bit of confusion on that last O point. 2 people cutting at the same time, both making the same cut.
Really solid job there by Northeastern, just turning around after that high stall count and dumping it back as they'll find the center of the field. Looking to put it up and long.
Deep throw to the middle of the end zone, and that is caught for a point.
Good high release backhand there from Northeastern.
Yeah, that was Wellesley. The first couple plays before, they had some Northeastern women streaking deep, and the Wellesley defender was able to catch up and. When I say turn them under, make them cut back to the disc. But that time, the Northeastern player breaking free just could not be caught by her defender, and it was a nice throw to the end zone.
So if you're Wellesley here, just really focus on swinging the disc back and forth, and then wait for that upfield cut to get open.
Well, and this is the first game of the day for both these 2 teams, so they might be coming out a little bit. They were out here warming up for a good while, but they still might be a little bit tight, not quite loose. So we're not seeing as much flow as we're used to. So we will see. Northeastern might be setting up a zone. We'll see what they come with. Getting ready to pull from the right of your screen.
Yeah, and it looks like Wellesley is up and ready.
And we have an abortive pull attempt.
False start in the pull. And it looks like we're ready for take 2. It is up.
Oh, great pull.
And that was well worth the second attempt.
Right about Wellesley's 5. Oh, and a great effort by the defense.
Really good job there by Northeastern to get down, take away that first throw.
Looking to bookend it. Oh, and just does not. Number 3 for Wellesley, Leah Black, with the huge D there. Oh, very nice cut from the around. Oh, nice movement by Wellesley now.
Yep, really solid job to work that disc back and forth.
Oh, but just to space, but the defender was there.
Yep, that was a really nice job there by Elise Hall to
gotta get deep, and that
looking
is
to put the bookends
curling
on.
forehand into the end zone for a score.
Really nice job there, there by Hall to position up, and something that we saw the past game, we saw a person defend a disc, and it still hung up. She did a really good job making sure that disc got down on the ground, and then to run into the end zone to get the to bookend the score.
Well, and the Wellesley player in that case, she had made her cut on offense, and the disc was, and she was trying to react to the disc being thrown in a little bit different direction than she was expecting. Well, Northeastern got the defense, and then the woman she was guarding took off, and she couldn't catch up, and she was asking for help from her teammates, and no one responded. So that's why that was so wide open. I've noticed one thing with the Wellesley team on offense that they have to guard against is, again, it's this emphasis when we're teaching our young players that cuts come from the back of the stack, that gets so ingrained that that's the only place cuts are coming from, so it's very easy to defend. So we'll have to see if Wellesley adjusts or not.
And speaking of Wellesley, let's introduce ourselves to the Wellesley Whiptails. We have Becky Chen, Leah Black, Chaucer Langbert, Anna Nesbitt, Niang Loring, Ella McHugh, Krishangi Danapur, Kiki Owen, Alicia Nitsch, Anika Wolberg, Tess Doan, Zoe Mitchell, Addie Newschmidt, Casey Cole, Aurora McDaniel, Aliana Foster, Ella Stanby, Atara Ramkuar, Bella Kim Latona, Sylvie Shana, Akshaya Seathram, Sophie Park, Kira Lomberg, Erin Lau, and Michelle Quinn.
All right, so we got a bit, looks like it's a Wellesley timeout, which is well timed because they just, Northeastern just ripped off 3 quick points. So they were just trying to gather themselves and get on the same page, and good numbers for both teams. If you look at the sidelines, there's lots of potential for subs, so there's no excuse for not running hard out there.
True, and
let's see how Wellesley adjusts after this.
True, and if you're Wellesley, you want to adjust and you want to stop the flow from Northeastern, because this is the quarterfinals. This is for your potential tournament marbles here. All right, and we have a hand. Pull is up, and it will land right around 3/4. Wellesley will take up, swing it down to the far side, and looking for an open cutter.
Good cut.
Yeah, good, nice secondary cut.
But again, we're getting a couple of the Wellesley players cutting at the same time. Yeah, and you hear from the sideline, stretch it out a bit. That means get more distance in your stack. Your stack is too congested.
Wolberg with the disc for the Whiptails.
Nice patience. Oh, but a little bit of a mistake there. Let's see if they can. Oh, that's going deep. Oh, good decision by. Oh, good.
As we will take a quick break here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel for an injury timeout.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and those are the injuries you don't want to see. Like a non-contact.
All right, looks like Northeastern's about to touch the disc in.
Yep. That's Elise Hall will come in for Northeastern. Fakes around, looks strike, and will give it up to Lucy Jin. Jin unable to come down with it, and so Chen and the Whiptails.
Deep throw to the end zone, should be in the corner. Oh, beautiful catch. Nice job by the Wellesley team to react to that quick turnover and get the quick point.
Really well done there by Chen, looking for Dolan, Dolan able to get herself open in that near side corner.
Yeah, that was a really nice throw. You know, put it out. That's what I was talking about. Put it out to space and let your offensive person run onto it.
And so I really like this strategy. What the Wellesley coach did there. Took the timeout, settle your players down a little bit, and Wellesley coming back with the score on that point.
You want us to call a trainer?
Well, actually, is it hard to call a trainer?
No, we got a walkie up here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and so Wellesley will pull from after the injury timeout. We'll have Wellesley pulling from left to right across the screen.
And 3-1, not an insurmountable thing to overcome at all. And we have a pull. Looks like it's going to come out around
And
midfield
that's
by the near sideline.
Just unable to stay in bounds with that throw, and so Northeastern will take over.
And they are setting up in a little bit of a side stack, giving themselves maybe a little bit more field space to work with. Stacks a little bit close together, and that is a huge pick, but they're going to let that go.
That is an entire stack pick. If you
Yeah, number 3 is calling it. That was no.
That was.
Yeah, that was a pick. That was a pick. That is the definition of a pick. You
Well,
ran around the entire stack.
That is one of the first times I've seen someone use an entire stack.
Yeah.
Entire stack as a pick. It is creative. I will.
It's and for those unfamiliar with Ultimate, picks are illegal. You're not allowed to run your defender through interference in order to get open. So now we have a turnover on the far sideline. Wellesley to pick up.
That'll be Chaucer Langbert will pick up for the Whiptails.
Oh, deep cut. Oh,
looking to put it
a little
long.
bit shallow. Both players tried to come back for it, and Northeastern got there first.
Looked like she was trying to find Kiki Chen, but Chen got cut off by the defense of Northeastern.
No, good job on the mark there to try and take that initial deep look away. The mark is the defender who's guarding the person with the disc, and she did a really good job of taking that initial deep threat away and making that a much more difficult throw.
Yeah, really nice job, because it looked like it looked like Northeastern was off to the races, and that will be Chen for Wellesley to take over.
Oh, nice job staying with the disc.
Really nice job there by Kim Latonia to recover.
Far side of the field. Oh,
Yeah.
tried to get the swing back and just out of reach.
Yeah. It looked like it might have been a little not enough spin on the disc. And you don't have a whole lot of wind today, but you really want to make sure you get that extra snap too.
And they set up, Northeastern sets up near the end line and just out of reach for the point. So turn it over to Wellesley. They will bring it up to the front line, this part of the field, near side.
That'll be Langbert will take over on offense, and
Now that was good, because that was the first time I saw Wellesley cut from the middle of the stack. It keeps them from getting predictable. Northeastern looking forehand into the far corner, and beautiful throw, beautiful catch. Northeastern scores again to make it 4-1.
really nice job there by Northeastern. You had a couple turnovers. You had some looks that perhaps weren't there, but really nice job to patiently wait and then get that cut from out the back of the stack.
Yeah, she saw that coming, and that's something you see when you are familiar with each other. You've been playing together for a little while, and she knew that cut was coming, and she waited for it to start, and then threw it right to the space the offensive player could get to. Beautiful job by the Northeastern team.
Yep. And so with the score 4-1, Northeastern will pull from left to right left to right across your screen. Wellesley looking to climb back into this one. But they've
they just got to stay patient.
yeah, and they've been there. They've been there all game. It's just that those one or two throws that maybe maybe will sound. Oh, is it alright if I borrow some of your sunscreen? It'll be something that they just have to stay patient with. They've been right there all game. It's just getting those last couple of completions.
All right,
and so
pulls to about the 25 of Wellesley.
Yeah, as Langbert will take over.
Oh, that was Northeastern picking up the disc, breaking the force, far side of the field. Oh, nice job coming back for it. Number 0 and point again. Oh, we have a pick. I believe we have a pick call, and it affected the play, and therefore it goes back to the thrower.
True, but we've seen it number 0 for Northeastern has done a really good job getting into those free spaces.
Yeah, that was a great way to set up that cut by number 1.
Yeah, it looked like there was some it's a really nice cut there from the middle of the stack there by Northeastern.
Looks for the dump. Oh, and a little bit of a wobbly disc. And that is defended by Wellesley, who immediately looks to quick strike. Number 1 for, 39 comes up with a beautiful job of focus by the Wellesley women.
Yeah.
Oh, and just out of reach.
Oh, there was an excellent throw there to McHugh, and then it looks like McHugh could have taken that extra beat trying to find Wolberg.
Yep.
But instead, it'll be Chen taking over here for Northeastern.
And another deep throw towards midfield, and that's going to roll near sideline. Wellesley will take over. They let it roll. They get it on their opponent's 25. So they've got a short field to work with. Let's see if they can take advantage of it.
Yeah, and so it'll be Chaucer Langberg, whose nickname is Thor. You may want to see a hammer here from her.
I would expect nothing less.
And so it'll be McHugh.
I was about to say that was a great cut, but apparently that was a pick. So,
well, it's pretty easy to get open when running a pick. Hence why they are not legal.
Hand block.
And we see yet another hand block.
That's the second of today. The first that was actually successful.
As Jin will put it up to an open cutter, who will survey the field, will dump it on back.
A little bit too much zip, but a lot of rotation. You got to see. I like that in nothing that floats. And there's a forehand trying to score in that back corner.
Yes, it looked like McHugh was looking for niche. But
yeah, just a little out of reach. A little excited, you know. I want to score right now. And just a little bit out of reach. Again, Northeastern's doing a little bit of cutting right from the back position of the stack as well. Wellesley's not reacting as effectively on defense to it as Northeastern is, so they're getting much more open, like in this deep throw up the field. Now, and that's going to be thrown away. Number 0 realizes she should have waited a beat.
It looked like she didn't put enough air underneath it. Bladed it a little too much. Nice job getting the round, finding McHugh.
Near side of the field. Oh, and we have another pick. Yeah, if you look at the Wellesley stack right now, the reason they're getting pick calls is because everyone's standing right next to each other. There's no space to cut, and you need that space in order to avoid picks, and that is turfed.
Yeah, and it looks like Northeastern will take over with about 5 yards to go.
Wide side, nice. Oh, juggling catch by the Northeastern player to make it 5-1 Northeastern. Now, something I want to refer to a little earlier in that point is that you had that really long throw to number 0 who caught it right around the 5-yard line. There was a trailing Northeastern player, meaning she had one of her teammates cutting with her and kept going to the end zone. Now the Wellesley player who was defending number 0 set up the mark immediately. What you want to do there, because there was no other Wellesley player around, you want to get into the end zone and take up that free cutter. Because the person with the disc isn't a threat. They're not going to score. It's the person running unguarded that's going to score. So she really should have dropped off that mark and defended the player and called out to her teammates to let them know so someone would eventually come and pick up the mark.
True, and also number 0 could have taken that extra beat.
Yeah.
But no, you're absolutely right that the Wells defender in dropping off and taking away that free space, because usually if you're a thrower at the collegiate level, you can make those throws around marks.
Yeah.
As the pull is up, it
Out of bounds, near side. And that's one of those things that comes with experience. You know, the more experience you get, you'll recognize that situation and you'll drop off. You won't even think about it.
Yep, and so Becky Chen will take over for Wellesley, as we got a cut from back.
Good
Really nice.
defense there, right on her hip the entire way.
Yeah.
Trying to force Wellesley to the near side. Ooh, and we have a collision.
Everyone appears to be okay.
No, that is not open. That two Wellesley players are getting. That is a high stall count. That is actually a stall. I don't know. See if she's, but there was a lot of 2 players cutting at the same time.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a contested stall.
Nope, uncontested. So in
No,
ultimate,
really.
you have 10 seconds to throw the disc with a mark on. Oh, nice backhand to the end zone for a point.
Really,
And Northeastern in control right now. Yeah, so one of the basic rules of ultimate is you have the mark counts, and you're not counting as fast as you can because you get called for a fast count. So it's 10 actual seconds, and they count out loud, and as soon as they get to the T of 10, it's called a stall, which means it's a turnover because you didn't get the disc off in time. If the person is counting 7, 8, 9, 10 and does kind of a fast count, or you don't think they stalled you, you can contest it just like you can contest a foul. It goes back to 8, so the defender taps the disc in saying stall 8, 9, 10. So you basically have 2 seconds after that. But that was uncontested, so the Wellesley player agreed with the Northeastern player that she was stalled.
and Northeastern able to translate that into quick points and pushing the score to 6-1.
Yeah, Northeastern is really in control of this. You know, I'll be interested to see. I want to see Wellesley take away the deep throw. Let them take away the deep throw. See if Northeastern can work it on you. And the pull is up, just past midfield, rolling. Nice roller.
And so Black will take over and give it over to Chen. Chen working the midfield will give it a nice recovery there and catch by Wellesley. Wellesley on the far sideline, looking just off of the hands of Casey Cole.
And so Northeastern will take over on the far sideline.
So I think if you're Wellesley, you really want to keep it down here.
Yeah, you gotta capitalize and get a turnover and a point.
Yeah, but Northeastern doing a really good job getting those.
Swinging the disc.
Yep, and working up towards midfield. Looks like they're.
And defended by number 25.
That's Sophia Park for.
Yeah, so they did their job on defense. They kept it down here. Nice job.
I really liked the initial cut there from Aurora Daniel.
Well, the beauty of the cut is she started cutting before the disc was tapped in.
Yeah.
And it's another long completion for Northeastern. They're just feasting on these long throws.
True, and then they're doing a really good job at the follow up of after those long completions, of then being really chill with the disc. Just in the throw looked like it just got away from the handler.
And this is a mistake by Wellesley. They should be up at the disc and ready to go on that quick turnover. Get the disc moving before the defense can set up on you. All right, turnover around midfield. Northeastern takes over, far side of the field.
Yeah, looked like Black was looking for Woolberg there. Justin able to
Oh, that was a better job of covering on defense. Good job, Wellesley. Getting the D, knocking out far sideline.
Yeah. Really good job there by Becky, quote Scooby, unquote Chen, to make sure Northeastern didn't come down with the disc.
Now, if all she threw was scoobers, that would be awesome.
I think with a nickname like Scooby, I think you have to.
Would that be a scoober snack?
I think it would be categorized as such as unforced error there from Nitch, and Northeastern will take over with about 20 yards to go.
Now Wellesley's got to shut off this near corner and really get a good mark on. They do that, they can get a quick turn. Oh, and it's floaty disc.
Melina Cox, well covered and defended there by Woolberg.
Yeah, that was good anticipation by Wellesley, knowing they wanted to really get into that corner, and now they take over on the far sideline. Oh, deep throw up the field, but defended well by the undercutting Northeastern player.
Good spirit there from the rivals.
And as we've explained, spirit is what this game's all about. It's competition, it's trying your hardest, it's playing hard, it's wanting to beat the other team, but treating your opponent with respect.
True, and I like the idea from Wellesley. They hadn't put a whole lot of deep shots out. Wanted to get one, but it was read all the way by the Northeastern defender.
Yeah, she did a really good job undercutting that disc. Oh, and this is a good job on handler defense by 35. Oh my, yeah, and that throws open near sideline.
Really good job there by Northeastern.
Oh, and look at that. Two Wellesley players react, get to take away the strike cut. Excellent defense this time by Wellesley. Now near sideline. Thrown up for the front corner and just out of reach of the Northeastern player. So
but
Wellesley will take over on the near sideline at the front cone.
Yeah, and you can see Wellesley, they're starting to adjust on defense. They're starting to take away that underneath. That's Daniel for Wellesley, and looking to find. It looked like it might have gone through a pair of whiptails, and so Elisa Hall will take over for Northeastern.
Oh, and that's a quick throw.
Yeah, able to find an open popper, and we'll dump it back to handler.
Nice patience.
The around may have been open, instead opting to take the near side.
Throw. Sideline that's open towards the back. Beautiful grab by number 1. Backhand going away from her, tailing away. Reaches out and snatches it from the sky.
Yeah, really nice patience there from Northeastern. Even though you're right there on the doorstep, just taking that time, swinging it back and forth.
And yeah, you're right, Finn. The Wellesley women they're really playing a lot more aggressive and a lot harder on defense. Offense will come. If you're a young team or you're a little bit inexperienced or you're not, a lot of times this is the first tournament of the year because college's season is in the spring. Working out some new things. Offense will come in time. Defense is about desire and position. If you can get in the right position, you have more desire to get the disc or get to that spot. That makes a huge difference.
True, and we've already seen a really good adjustment from them. They started to recognize, hey, they're taking that underneath all day. And then if we're able to shut that down, that will translate into turnovers and into
And this Northeastern team has some talented handlers. You can see that they got some talented cutters. They're really doing a solid job on offense. Really solid team. I like that. So that's going to be a challenge for these Wellesley women.
As the pull is up, and is good, and Wellesley will take over right around their own third. And so that will be,
good cut from the. Oh, but the Northeastern player gets there first.
yeah, really good job looking for Ram Kumar, and so it will be Northeastern.
Oh, good read by Wellesley.
Yeah, really good defense there from Niang Lorung.
All right, that was okay. They were trying to. There was some confusion on offense, and that led to in part to the turnover. Now 97's going high release backhand, curling back to the middle of the end zone for a point, and that is going to take us to half.
Yeah, really good job there by Northeastern, able to capitalize on the turnover, and again, number 0 finding that open space.
Yeah, she's been really good. She's clearly one of their top cutters. Finding space deep. You don't see her catch it under too much. She seems to be their deep threat. I think she's more than capable of catching it under, but she's faster than the person that's defending her, so she's going deep all the time.
True, and we've seen it. We've seen a couple of long throws go to her. She's able to find those open spaces out the back of the defense. And true, you can see she definitely has the speed to get open under, but she seems to be their deep threat. So I think if you're Wellesley going into the second half, you want to take her away, even if it's bracketing her. Just mark her, say, hey, this has been our problem.
Yeah, both teams need to recognize that it seems that whether it's a deep cut or an undercut, every cut's coming from the back. The way to defend that is, as you suggested, brackets. Like, all right, I'm going to stand, and what that means is if I'm the last person on defense in the stack, I'm guarding the last offensive person, I'm standing in back of her, and I'm saying, you're not going deep. As soon as she makes an undercut, someone either in the middle or the front of the stack picks her up, and I just hold position. And it's not a true zone, but it behaves like a zone because you're not moving around as much, you're occupying space, and I've seen it work, and it can really frustrate teams who only cut from the back because they don't adjust, and this bracket takes everything away. So I'd like to see both teams make that adjustment and really make it a lot harder for the offenses to move the disc.
True, and you also with bracketing have that solid communication. So you have all your cuts, but then if you make an adjustment, you say, okay, we're going to cut towards the middle, we're going to cut from the middle, we're going to cut from the front. You still have that extra defender and that layer of defense that can just peel off the front of the stack and take away any underthrows.
Well, and this is the adjustment to that adjustment. You say, okay, well, we're going to start bracketing you, and this is how we're going to bracket you, and you watch that for a point, and you say, okay, the first person in the stack is going to initiate all cuts, and now you can't bracket. And whether you're going break side or open side, if you're starting from the front, now the defense has to readjust to you. And if they don't, you just march it slowly up the field and score. So it's, as much as this is a physical game, it is a mental game. The more experience you get, the more you see things, the more you see the field, and the more you can make these in-point adjustments.
True. So I think if you're Wellesley, you want to make those in-game adjustments and start to take a little bit of what Northeastern's giving.
Yeah, in watching the handlers of Wellesley, I mean, you've seen they've got solid throws. They're not connecting a lot, whether it's they haven't played together very much, or they're just a little bit off, or you get two cutters cutting at the same time. You've seen a lot of holstering, meaning that they're holding the disc back, they're not making the throw. So if you clean up the cuts, I think Wellesley will have a much easier time moving the disc. And maybe they need to get a little more handler work going instead of relying on the cuts. Say, all right, we're going to initiate our offense from the handler. So they're going to do a little bit of a weave, or maybe do a three-person weave where you leave the stack completely out of it. No one cuts but those three people trying to move it up the field.
Yeah, so when it's and so we've seen that offense run to perfection yesterday with teams running that three-person weave with the handlers, and potentially dropping a fourth handler or a more experienced cutter down into the weave to try to confuse defenses a little bit.
We saw that yesterday with the UVM UMO men's game. That was, both teams initiated a lot of their offense through the handlers and through like one cutter, and it's a really effective way to always have the defense moving. And the more the defense moves, because you know where you want to go as an offensive person, the more the defense moves and has to react, the more space you're going to create to receive the disc on offense.
True, and we saw with the first game today. You want to as a defense, you want to dictate where the offense is going. And we saw the teams just a step behind, the offense, and that really allows the offense to really have free reign in the field. You want to hook it deep, you want to keep it under, swing. The whole plate's open in front of you. So as a defense, being a little harder on your mark, being a little more deliberate where you want your cutters to go, I think would help and serve Wellesley well in the second half.
And Northeastern has done overall a better job on defense in not giving up those deep cuts. Really forcing the Wellesley offense to make cuts back towards the disc instead of up the field to stretch the field. And so that, when your offense is limited because of the way the defense is playing, you got to make the adjustment. And so let's see in this second half what Wellesley does to adjust their offense to that defense that Northeastern is playing.
All right, and we are ready for second half action here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel. It is quarterfinals action here between the Northeastern University Valkyries and the Wellesley College Whiptails.
It seems that someone with a nickname of Thor should be on the Valkyrie team, but that is not the case.
It would seem apropos.
If it's me, I'm doing a little bit of background research on the names of all of Odin's Valkyries, and those are the names I'm putting on the back of the jerseys. I'm just saying.
That would you think that would be quite fitting, especially for if you're going to name your team after the
Hey, you're the Warrior Maidens, man.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It is excellent, with Northeastern having a tradition of cool nicknames. As the pool will come from left to right across the screen, it is up. It hangs
Very
up.
nice, Paul.
And it will land inbounds.
Right about the
So the Whiptails.
15.
That's
Chen. Good fake. Get the defense out of position. Oh, that was an excellent cut. It wasn't open, but again, we saw Wellesley make the adjustment, initiating cuts from the middle of the stack this time.
I'm looking for Nitch, who was just unable to come down with it. And so Northeastern will take over at around midfield.
Far sideline. Oh, high release backhand. Oh, the Wellesley player just got turned around, and we have a dispute of whether it's in or out, and that was... there was a little bit of a rules faux pas there. If she was called out, she should have tapped the disc in. And by doing so, she would have given herself an extra beat and probably would have completed that pass.
But as is,
And Wellesley goes deep up the sideline. Great. Oh, and right into one of our sponsors' sign, which means she is probably out of bounds.
and I believe that is the. It looked like Elysia
Running over
Nitch.
Lumbery. So this point should be brought to you by Lumbery, I think.
I believe that is the case. Lumbery, your sponsor for this this half of quarterfinals action.
Oh, nice flick towards the end zone and better defense by the Wellesley whiptail defense.
That appears to be Becky Scooby Chen.
Waiting for a cut to develop. Oh, nice grab.
Really good job finding Dolan there.
Oh,
Dolan
now the
finds
cuts are
Dana
coming.
Pure.
Oh, that's too bad. Those cuts are coming. Much more flow for Wellesley on that particular offensive possession.
True, as Northeastern will take over in their third of the field. Looking to find cuts. There appears to be a little bit of confusion, but able to work it open was Northeastern. Northeastern looking to find a swing. She'll find the middle of the field. That's Lucy
Flick,
Jin.
deep throw, but right to the Wellesley defender. She read that perfectly.
Yep, really good job there by Chen.
And gets it moving immediately. Smart move. Don't let the defense set up. And we have another deep throw by Wellesley, but that's going to come up short. And 97 is really tall and athletic, and that usually wins.
Yep. Mariah Hill there for Northeastern, able to come down with the defense and the long put. Nice dump.
Little dish.
Good dump to get it back to Jin. Jin, really nice stop and go move there from Northeastern, and able to holster it long enough to get the score, and that will push it.
Now, what I liked by number 0 for Wellesley, Tess Dolan, was that she was guarding the off handler, and she was shading a little bit, cheating towards the middle, so that trying to read where the handler was going with the disc. If the person with the disc throws it a little bit upfield, she can anticipate and immediately poach off and intercept it, but she's still in position to defend her handler if there's a swing throw.
Yeah, she was. She did a really good job, and it's been really good to see how Wellesley has been making those in-game adjustments and to try and take away some of what has been Northeastern's bread and butter.
Yeah, I will say Wellesley is playing some good individual defense, but it's their team defense that they're struggling with. And you can be the best defender on the team, but if your communication is off or there's a little bit of confusion, it throws the entire defense off. So Northeastern will be pulling in the white.
Looks like we have a hand on the Wellesley side, and we are off.
Another nice pull by Northeastern.
And like just able to get away, and that is black for Northeastern. Able to find.
Just off the fingertips.
Really good job finding Aliana Foster. Able to come from the front of the stack. But again, Northeastern with a really short field.
Yeah, they gotta go. They gotta go for the stomp here. Oh, thrown behind the Northeastern cutter.
Yeah, really nice recovery. Really nice recovery there by Sylvie Shaya. Able to come away with the defense.
Oh, nice job by the Wellesley offense, getting the disc moving. Just again, they're just a little bit out of reach of some of their cutters. So they really need to focus and get back in the game here.
Yeah, I think if you're a Northeastern, you really want to.
And that is a deep throw, floating in the air, in the end zone for the point.
Yeah, it looked like the Wellesley defender, that was Kiki Chen, tripped up a little bit, and so that will push the score to 10-1.
Yeah, you know, it's really easy to get open when your defender falls down. But that was, you know, that's what Northeastern, and this is what their coach is telling them clearly is, you know, if there's a deep throw, throw it, because you can see even when you're an experienced ultimate player, you can. And you're watching the game, you can see and detect levels of experience. And that was one of their newer players, you could tell by her throws. And that was a beautiful throw. But Brenda Friedman?
Brenda or Brendan?
Brendan. Oh, that's Stan's want to say hi to Brendan.
Hello to Brendan Freeman.
I don't know what that is, but sure.
Hi to the Coy family.
You can do it, and the camera's
I don't
right
know.
there.
That's we've been asked to shout out the Koi family, but I don't know. It sounds pretty fishy to me.
Yeah, very, 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 very fishy.
Yeah, and so, but to return to ultimate, yes.
Yeah. So the coach is instilling his players with confidence, even his new players. You know, if you see that deep throw breaking open, just throw it. You know, if it's incomplete, who cares? The only way you're going to get better at throwing in a game is by throwing in a game. Practice is great, and that's where you get the reps, but you got to do it under pressure. Oh, another nice pull roller from Northeastern.
Yeah. An excellent job by Wellesley to get down and to stop that roll, and so that is Langbert finding an open cutter in the middle of the field.
That is a pick. That is everything is a pick now, because the Wellesley stack is standing right next to each other.
And I believe that was the call in the field.
Yeah. They gotta get more space in their stack, because that will eliminate the picks. Because they can get open without the picks. They just have to trust themselves.
Yeah, and it looks, and so if I'm number 35 for Wellesley, yeah, I want to push out the back.
Correct.
And maybe so that's Aurora Daniel for the Whiptails. Yeah, if she's able to push back and have the off cutter, just clear back or clear out. You're right. I think you eliminate you cut down on some of these picks.
Disc is in play. Like the head fake from the thrower.
Yeah. Really good job there by McHugh to come down with that swing pass.
Again, two players cutting at the same time to roughly the same position. Oh, good strike cut here. Oh, just up the sideline and missed by the Wellesley offensive player.
Yeah, really. Yeah. It was a nice job. Look at
you know,
there.
You can call a pick. Oh, that's a push off. That's a foul. And Northeastern, Wellesley, make sure there's a little bit of a collision. Make sure there's no foul called. Oh, nice cut. Way to activate before the disc is called in.
Really good job there by Northeastern to cut off that swing pass. It looked like it was there. Wellesley in business here.
Oh, nice laser to the end zone. Oh, just off the hands of number 46, Ella McHugh.
Yeah, it looks like she had it open there on that final throw, just unable to come down with it.
Yeah, and as I said, look at the Northeastern stack. Anyone tries to cut out of the middle, it's a pick. It just is. They're too close together. So both of these teams really need to work on their spacing. And again, you've got a deep throw from the Northeastern team.
But really nice job to settle down and to get that.
Good fake by the. Perfect setup. Did a little shoulder fake, got open on the break side, got the disc, and just threw it a little bit too far for her cutter to make the catch, because that was wide open. So Wellesley will take over on their end line.
Really good job there by Northeastern to try and get it. It's a little bit of body contact, but it goes uncalled.
Yeah, that's one of the, if that's me, I'm not calling that. If I'm the offensive person, because that's just two people trying to get to the same spot of the disc, where the disc is headed.
And
showing a good deal of patience. Again, clearly a newer player because only has a backhand and really doesn't pivot as much as she should. So she did the smart thing, is waited for someone to break open and made the safe throw.
But at the same time, even with favoring that backhand, she did a really good job to fake towards the swing cut and then dump it.
Yep.
And then dump it back, getting the defender to bite one way and then throwing it to the open space.
And that's that's a good example for any new player. Always pivot on your pivot foot. Just like basketball, you have to establish a pivot foot. So pivot and throw your fakes. All you need to do is get the defender to react a little bit to a fake, and you have an open throw.
And so,
not sure what the call is. Travel, maybe?
I think they're talking shop here.
I don't know. I don't know what the call was.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't a pick that affected play. Oh, and we have a deep throw, curling back to the end zone. Good position.
Really good job there by Langbert.
Yeah, she really had good position and didn't give it up.
Yeah, because it looked like Hall was going to score all day, but doing a really good job to cut that off.
And that was a good look off. Oh yeah, these Northeastern players are all over. Oh, beautiful backhand to space. That was probably a high stall count. Yeah, these Northeastern players are really anticipating the cuts of the Wellesley cutters, and they're all over them. And deeper throw. Oh, and that's going to be good reaction. Good switch by the Wellesley defense.
No, that was something you had pointed out earlier, and she adjusted perfectly, just coming off the mark and taking away that space.
Beautiful layout, but just out of reach.
Yeah, really good diving attempt there from Northeastern. And so that'll be McHugh taking over for Wellesley. And again, it looks like people are bunching the stack up.
Yeah, and again, that was good. That was good by number 7. She was really poaching, cheating off her person, and got a quick turn. Oh, Northeastern.
The throw there intended for Akshaya. Seatham just unable to complete it.
Looked like Northeastern was calling a timeout. There's some discussion of something going on.
Appears as if a timeout has been called.
Yeah, I think they're probably just discussing. They called the timeout because they wanted the timeout, and then they were discussing something that happened on the field just for clarification purposes. Yeah, and now what you're seeing is the off-handler guard for Northeastern is what we say poaching. That means she's leaving her person a little bit to try and take up space to try and cut off a cutting lane. And she's really trying to gum up the middle and make that throw. If the thrower gets a little bit too much tunnel vision, they're not going to see that poach until they throw it, and then they're going to realize their mistake.
True, and it looked like the offense for Northeastern on that last one just tried to force it a little too much, put it out of the reach of the cutter, who made an excellent bid for the disc, just unable to come down with it. So here right on your own doorstep. If you're Northeastern, you take that extra second. You maybe try and get one extra cutter into the action, and really try and put this quarterfinal match up to bed.
Now if I'm Wellesley, I want to throw a wrinkle here. They're calling a timeout, and they've seen what we've played on defense. So I'm like, all right, because in a timeout, the offense has to set up an established position and they say, okay, we're in position, and then the defense can set up off of that. I'd come out in a zone. I'm like, all right, let's see what you do here, and see if you can get a turnover just due to unfamiliarity, just throwing a wrinkle out there, or doing some sort of poach, or doing some sort of switch, or something weird that Northeastern hasn't seen yet. But apparently that is not the case.
Usually it's against Ultimate Doctrine to run zone so close to a zone, but I don't know. I think I like it because.
And that is a throw towards the front.
Really nice job there by the cutter for Northeastern, who will dump it around.
Straight up mark. That's probably the best in this case. Oh, nice job. Wellesley will pick up. They don't have numbers, so they'll wait. Handler will wait till they get in position.
Yep. So
big throw. Oh, just miscommunication with the cutter. And another big throw. That's not miscommunicated. Right into the end zone for Northeastern.
Really good job there by Elise Hall to just trickle out the back of the stack. But again, I liked the idea from Northeastern. From Wellesley, to try and to get up quick, get that long throw off, move the disc away from your own end zone.
Yeah, and that's just she needs to make eye contact with her teammate and kind of make sure she's going to the spot she thinks she is, because it was a good throw, but there was no one there but Northeastern defense. And Northeastern is just, you saw on that last point when they had to, when Wellesley was taking away those deep shots, Wellesley was getting turnovers, right? So they need to continue to take away the deep throw, because Northeastern just loves those deep throws.
True, and they've been so good on those throws all afternoon.
Yep.
And that if it's communicating more with Wellesley, if it's dropping someone off the back, or if it's making sure that you just shade your person deep. You maybe chip away.
You gotta assert, man. You gotta say no. This is where you're going. If you're going anywhere on me, this is the spot. You're not going in this direction. And Wellesley needs to assert themselves.
As the pull is up.
Nice pull.
The quality of pulls of this tournament has really been quite incredible. As Chen will give it back to Black. Black will give it over to the far side.
Oh, good throw up the field. Nice holster. Not open, so wait for the cutter.
A really nice finding the dump. Black.
Nice little weave.
Black.
Give and go.
We'll give it up, finding in the mid, finding in the
Oh,
in the
and just should have maybe holstered that and waited for the easier throw. Oh, more open. Yeah, see there again, they're leaving that deep player to cut deep, and that's a mistake, because they love the deep throws. And that was a high stall count deep throw. Good job by the Wellesley deep marker there.
Yeah, I think Chen perhaps realized that he's starting to get higher in the stall count. She just dropped back a little bit. It got really good position on her cutter.
Oh, nice adjustment by Wellesley. Oh.
Yeah, really good movement here.
Oh, and the poach in the lane. Looking to score immediately, or at least move it up the field, and needs to put a little bit more air under that one.
Yeah, it looked like Black had that discred, but Wellesley will take over here on offense. Black.
Oh, good hustle by the defense. Oh, step into the throw a little bit more, and a little bit of a misread, a little bit of a floaty disc. Those are tough.
Yeah, I like the idea though, getting those quick throws up the field.
And that, good job by the defense, just not tall enough. That's a good mark. Really aggressive on the mark. But Northeastern moving the disc, starting to take it in chunks. Oh, nice throw up A little bit risky, and let's see, high bendy forehand to the end zone for a point.
Yeah, really good job there by Mariah Hill, just trickling out the back and into that open side.
I'm pretty sure bendy is the accepted ultimate term for that throw.
I think it is. I think it is as well. I think outside in is the official term. Bendy.
That's weak.
Bendy.
Weak.
Bendy is a much more apt descriptor for because it describes what the throw did. It was bendy.
So yeah, gotta, Wellesley's just gotta say, look, we need to change things up. We need to work on some stuff and use the rest of this game to really iron out some of the wrinkles on both offense and defense. And if you're Northeastern, you're like, look, let's end this game. Let's end this game as quick as possible. Let's not give them any breathing room. Let's not give them any confidence.
Yeah, I think if you're Northeastern, you put out your best D line, and you run them for the rest of the game. You're up 12-1. It's only 3 more points to go. You get yourself a little bit of a break, and then before your semifinal matchup.
In the words of Bill Belichick, we're on to the semis.
Oh, we're not there yet.
So, Northeastern pulling from the left. Excellent pull.
Yep, and Chen will take over and give it up to Langbert. Langbert will swing it down here to the near side, looking to find 25 for clearing out for Wellesley. Really good job by
this Northeastern defense. Oh, great snag.
Oh, that was a fantastic job of recovering there.
She wants to throw it deep. She really wants to throw it deep. Oh, same team. Oh, put it out to space and let 77 run onto it for the point.
Really good job there by Langbert, because you could see her hanging around the disc, looking for that potential, and then realizing her teammate was in control. Dolan had the disc, so Langbert just took off for the end zone and able to get the score.
So how are you at pulling?
I will admit my pulls are not quite there.
Oh no, I stink at pulling. If I'm pulling a backhand, I'm rolling it because I can throw rollers. I'm not good with back. If I throw a pull with a forehand, fine. But most of the time in summer league, I lose my backhand by about the 3rd week because everyone's forcing forehand. I'm just like, give me my forehand all day, or hammer. I can hammer pull.
Yeah, that's something I've been working on in summer league. Trying to work on my backhand pull because you're right, because everyone's forcing forehand. It's like, okay, well, just work my forehand. And so I would love to see a really solid corner of the end zone pull here from Wellesley. But the quality of the pulls of this tournament have really been quite something.
Yep. There's usually a little bit of blade, especially yesterday with the wind to get it to roll a little bit, to cut through that wind. We'll see. Wellesley preparing to pull to Northeastern, down by 10.
Up.
Oh, excellent pull. Run onto it, absolutely catch the pull.
Excellent pull, excellent catch. Really solid work all around, and
going deep is number 7, coming back towards the middle of just off her fingertips.
Yeah, that looked
and we have a foul called on the throw. That's why it was a turnover. It was fouled.
Yeah, it looked like number 36 for Wellesley. Just put her hand in the cookie jar. A little too far.
It didn't look like it affected the throw very much. That was a really good throw.
It was an excellent throw. And so we'll do it. We'll do it again.
Yeah.
And
oh, just deflected to the ground. Figured, what the heck? 7 got open last time. I'll just throw it to her again.
And she was open, and this was there just bounced off her hands. And so Wellesley on their own goal line will look to claw.
All right,
claw
now
them back.
this is either a side stack or it's a mistake. A lot of times what happens, ooh, right by the sideline, and are we calling a pick? I think we're calling a pick. A lot of times what happens, especially with inexperienced teams, is they will line up their stack in direct line of the handler with the disc, and sometimes you end up on the sideline, which is not really where you want to be.
Yeah, good job there to find Dolan. Dolan will get it
wide
into the
open,
second lever.
breaking deep, and unable to connect.
Really good job there by number 34.
Oh, and just off the hands, fumbled a little bit. So Northeastern will take over right near the end line to score. And that was a little bit of a mistake. She should have tapped it in before she put it into play. But no one called the violation on that. And we now have Northeastern up 13-2 over Wellesley.
It was a little bit of a quick start there from Northeastern, but yeah, you could see you could see the cutter just starting to trickle out towards that open side. And as soon as the disc was up, she took off, and there's nothing you can do if you're.
Yeah, you know, so if I'm the captain of the Wellesley team, and they got a lot of women out there, so that's awesome. You get a lot of interest. What I want to see is the rest of the day, we need to make sure we're taking the deep cut away. Just shut it down, and they've been unable to do that in this game. So they need to really, because the occasions that they have, and it made Northeastern really work the disc a lot, they've gotten turnovers.
Yeah, I think it's really astute observation, and good things will come of it. You work out, you force them to make those underthrows all day, and mistakes will happen.
Yeah, the more throws you have to make as an offense, the greater the chance that you can, like you saw in that last play, just bounced off the hands a little bit, or just out of reach or something like that. And now all of a sudden you get to play offense.
And so the pull will come from left to right across your screen. Valkyries looking to give this disc a ride, and they will do so. It's going to roll.
Yep, it's going past midfield.
Yep.
Roller, let it roll, let it keep rolling back upfield. Good job, Wellesley.
And so McHugh will take over here for the whiptails.
That was actually a really good decision by 38. Annika Wolberg. She realized she wasn't going to get open. She immediately cut off her. Oh, is she in or is she out? We have a dispute. Anyway, Wolberg knew she wasn't going to get open. Immediately cleared back to the middle to clear space. That was a real heads up play.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel doing a good job just securing the disc to ensure it wasn't a turnover in case that she's declared in, which I think they're deciding she is.
Yep, far sideline, Wellesley with the disc.
Yep.
Oh, that was pain waiting to happen.
But really solid job by both teams making sure.
Oh, that was a good strike cut there.
You could see black for Wellesley.
We have two players, same team, and looks like she's just out the back.
Yeah, really nice run there from Zoe Mitchell, but you're right, just out the back of the end zone.
So Northeastern will take over on their own goal line. And shut that deep off. Make them turn under.
And I think you're starting to see the Wellesley defenders. They're shading they're shading their players deep and making Northeastern work for those underneath throws.
Nice job by Northeastern using their speed. Patience with the disc, that's good. Oh, a little bit of a high throw. Read well by the Northeastern player.
Yeah. Really good job to make an adjustment to the disc.
Oh, that's going to open up a deep shot. Possibility. Curling back to the middle of the field, and Wellesley defends, and a little bit of a collision. No foul call.
Good job by Leah Black there to realize that the deep throw was coming and to help her defender out. Slight equipment.
So near side of the field, Wellesley takes over. Initiating from the front of the stack. I like that from Wellesley, but just out of reach of the cutter.
Yeah, it looked like she was looking for Anika Wolberg. Just able to find there, faking the deep throw. Just looking to get around. She'll do so. Really good job by Northeastern to have that secondary cut.
Yeah, Northeastern, it looked like the player was looking to try and keep their feet in bounds and just lost concentration on the disc. Deeper throw by Wellesley. Got the Northeastern player turned around, but she adjusts beautifully and comes down with the disc.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit inside.
Yeah,
and we have another deep play. 4:38 Wolberg in the end, and we have another Wellesley score. Or do we? We have a discussion. Is it a push-off? Is it a foul? It's definitely not a line call.
I think the Northeastern defender is.
All right, so we have a foul and an offensive foul called, a contest, so it goes back to the thrower.
All right, so it'll be Leah McHugh. It'll be Ella McHugh. My apologies for Wellesley handling the disc. Yeah.
Good cut by the handler.
Really nice job there by faking that strikeout and then just kind of drifting into that open space.
You know, Wellesley's throwing these fakes, and blade into the end zone, just couldn't come down with it. Wellesley's doing a good job of throwing these fakes that the Northeastern markers are biting hard on. If they just pivot and swing around, they've got the break side wide open, and that's a foul you can't push off. Up into the air by midfield, and nice effort by the Northeastern offensive player, but unable to come down with the disc.
Black to McHugh. McHugh surveys the field, looking for an open cutter, and she will find
not who she intended, but she finds her.
Just kind of trickles out the back. That's Kara Romberg.
Nice patience with the disc.
To McHugh.
And another laser, just out of reach.
Yeah, looking to find Wolberg over on the near side, just unable to do so. But again, it looks like Wellesley are making some late game adjustments that are starting to pay dividends. I think taking this into the later stages of the tournament and into future tournaments, it's all good stuff.
That was excellent position by the Wellesley defender. She read that cut. As we said, the cuts are coming directly from the back, and the last person was faking deep and cutting under, and it was good. Oh, that's a tough throw. Nice job by the Wellesley player.
Yeah, really good job there by Carol Black. Black to McHugh.
Wide field. Defender steps in front of it.
Yeah, looks to be checking on her, make sure she's okay.
I think we have a foul call. Nope, no foul call.
Yeah, and that's Mariah Hill for.
Deep throw towards the middle of the field. Northeastern comes down with it, still on their side of their half of the field.
Yeah, there looked to be a looked to be a pair of defenders there, but the disc floated down right to where the Northeastern player should have been.
And that was a good job of Black beating the offensive person to the disc.
Yeah, and that's part of the risky run of having those throws that curve outside of the field of play back in, is that if the defender is able to read where the disc is going to end up and position themselves well, there's not a whole lot you can do as an offensive player. Is there starting to jailbreak here for Wellesley? That's Wolberg. Wolberg
nice
trying
throw
to
off
find
the
Romberg,
sideline.
just unable to do so.
And that's another thing Wellesley might want to work on, is swinging that back to the middle instead of trying to jam it up the sideline the entire way. It really limits themselves if they can get a swing in. Oh, nice snag by the Northeastern offensive player. Oh, another nice juggling catch.
And that's something we're starting to see from both teams.
And now we have a roller. That's a turnover, so you got to knock that down.
Yep, that's McHugh.
Far sideline, back towards the middle of the field.
Yep, that's Black.
Wellesley just beyond the midfield stripe and defended well by Northeastern.
Just out of the reach of Romberg. Just going to put it deep, but that's going to be straight towards towards
there's
Black.
two defenders there. This has been a long point, one of these teams needs to just say, look, we're going to march it down the field, take 5 throws and score.
Yep. Really nice job staying crisp and chilly there by Wellesley.
Oh, and just out of reach of the Wellesley player.
Yeah, that's Bella Kim Latona. And so Northeastern will look to take over and really put the screws on this one. It comes back to Hill. Hill for Northeastern.
Crossfield, right into the Wellesley player.
Really well read by McHugh.
Now that, just a little bit of a misread.
Looking for Wolberg there.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of a misread. She thought she could get it on the curl and just out of reach.
Really nice job there by Northeastern. See the cut there. Had a little bit of a banana cut, maybe not as crisp as she would have liked, but good job to get open. And so Northeastern.
Good job on the mark of the Wellesley player. Oh, nice float to space, but just out of reach.
Yeah, no, I like the look there from Northeastern. Maybe try and reverse the field, get the defense moving to the far side. Unfortunately, just out of space.
And that is a very smart timeout by the Wellesley team. It's been a really long point, and they need to gather themselves. A couple of those turnovers, those ones that are just out of reach, could certainly be a fatigue issue.
Absolutely, and that's just part of the nature of the game. That once you get these longer points, that even though you're starting to slow the game down, you're getting a little more cerebral. You're understanding what happened physically. Like if you're on the field for 2-3 minutes,
yeah, you get gassed.
Yeah, you did. That's just you can be as fit as can be. You're running hard every cut, every defensive point. You get tired. So really good job there from Wellesley to.
You might be running hard. I'm poaching. That's a veteran move.
Oh, and I suppose once I get to your level of experience,
Right.
I will start poaching as
pretty
well.
Pretty much. After about 43 to 45, that's when poaching becomes your main source of defense.
Well, and that's part of the preservation of the sport, and that is still a just as valid form of defense, and also a way that you can preserve your enjoyment of the game well into your 40s or 50s or 60s. Yeah, or even if you're in your 20s, if it's a longer point, sometimes you just gotta back up, maybe read the play.
It's like, you know what, I'm gonna stand and back you. You can cut up all day. You're not gonna get by me, and I'll just sort of jog and catch up and get the mark on. All right, so Wellesley will come out of this timeout with the disc, right about around their own 24, 25 yard line. Down 13-2, but fighting. You know, long points usually means, you know, putting up a fight. So that's good.
Yeah, and that's something we've seen from, you know, they got down in a hurry to Northeastern, but they've done a really good job slowing the game down, playing to their style of ultimate, and able to
All right,
and able
so
to start
this
to.
stack is way too deep. And you can see the handlers calling the front of the stack up. When you say the stack is too deep, what I mean is they're too far away from the handlers, meaning the cuts are going to be really long, and they'll take a lot of time to get open. And when you have 10 seconds, you want to take advantage of every second you have.
I mean, that was a really good job there by Zoe Mitchell to recognize, hey, look,
Yeah,
we're about 30 yards out. We need to bring this.
Oh, we have a deep shot. Oh, it was open and unable to come up with the disc.
Really, yeah, good job there by Womberg.
And Daniel just couldn't come up with it. Oh, she wanted that. She wanted the deep throw, but holsters and takes the under. Northeastern moving the disc.
You could argue that was the chilly decision to make, asking for a little bit of space.
Oh, just off the hands.
Just unfortunate there from Northeastern. And so Wellesley will look to answer here.
Far side of the field.
Good find for Mitchell.
Right around the, little airmailed, but
Romberg was there.
That was a good follow-up. It wasn't intended for her, but she just kept going.
Yep, she had that opportunity, but instead.
And now we have a deep throw up towards about the 30. And keep it going. Oh, but great. That disc hung up just a little bit. Good job by the Wellesley player, not giving up on that play.
Yeah, even though it's long, you see Ella McHugh doing a really good job to catch up to that disc as McHugh will put it out to Black. Black will give it down to Ryan.
Another deep shot. Oh, this one is open. Nice catch.
Find Mitchell. Mitchell has Romberg open, has McHugh. And we're looking to put it. It's McHugh.
Almost threw it out of bounds.
McHugh looking to end this point.
And a layout. Exhausted for the catch, for the point.
It was a really solid job there by Wolberg.
Yeah, that was and again, this is one of these situations where you saw that they were just. They scored on that, which is great. But if they take one swing to the middle, this entire side of the field is going to be open, and they don't have to try and jam it up the sideline. But good job of perseverance, and that apparently is game due to time cap. So Wellesley comes off with 3, and Northeastern, the victors, with 13.
Yeah, really good job there by Wellesley at the end. Doing a really good job adjusting to those deep throws from Northeastern. But Northeastern, I think, was really strong and able to come away with the victory.
Yeah, Northeastern was just the better squad. They clearly also seem to have a lot more experience. And that makes a huge difference, especially in the quarterfinals of a tournament. So they will be playing in the semis next, and they will get a consolation game for Wellesley after this.
All right, we will step away for a brief period here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel. And so for Mike Callahan and for Bax, I'm Phineas Samuelson. We'll see you momentarily. And welcome back to the main Ultimate YouTube channel. I'm Phineas Samuelson, joined alongside by Mike Callahan. for this men's upper division game between Vermont Chill and Northeastern. Mike, how you doing?
Looking forward to this finals. Yes, I had confirmation. UVM told me it was the final. So we've got the final game of the men's upper division between Northeastern and UVM. We saw UVM yesterday in the last live stream. And a little bit of a twist, we have observers today, and because of that, UVM was forced to give up their Hunter's Orange and had to go dark. They were unhappy about it, and I don't blame them.
True, we saw that Hunter's Orange on full display in the game against the University of Maine at Orono. And it looks like they've gone with a more traditional black and green. And Northeastern in the whites on the left of your screen.
Getting ready to receive the pull.
Yeah, and if Vermont still has their legs underneath them, it should be a really good fast-paced game from them.
Yeah, we saw yesterday how this UVM team be able to move the disc quickly and effectively.
The pull is up, and it is a good one from right to left across the screen. Fielded almost on a hop.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and a really good job by Vermont to get down there and try and cut off those early passes, as Northeastern will look to work it out from their own end zone.
Coming out in a horizontal stack offense.
Yeah, looks like the really good job finding that open space by the middle handler, and just pulling back is the near side handler, and they'll look to swing it back into the middle.
UVM doing a good job on defense, not letting the deep cuts up. No deep throws yet.
As Northeastern will fake the deep. And a really good job by Vermont to put clamps on the defense. And we had a foul observed. And
in that case, the count goes back to 0. And is it a travel or nope? Nothing called.
Yeah, really good job by.
Nice bid by the UVM defender. And deep throw to the front of the end zone and he's not in, according to the observer.
Yeah, he was observed out, and so they will set up and do it again.
They will actually go in. So we have a 1-0 score, Northeastern. So there are many types of offense that you can run in Ultimate, and Northeastern came out in what's called a horizontal stack offense. And what that means is that you've got 3 handlers or throwers. They're the ones who touch the disc the most. And 4 cutters kind of across the field, making cuts in and out in ovals, replacing each other. Really, you can get a lot of good flow going that way to open up space. We saw UVM yesterday use a vertical stack offense, which was 2, sometimes 3 primary handlers, and then a line of cutters up the middle of the field to open up cutting lanes on either side of that stack. So we'll see what they come out with today in this final.
And Vermont did a really good job in terms of shutting off those over-the-top throws and really making Northeastern work down underneath.
Yeah, they took away the deep, and it made Northeastern make a lot of throws in order to score.
It looks like we have a hand from the observer. We have another hand from the observer, and we are all set to get underway. Northeastern will sky the pull-up, and it is fielded by Vermont. And Vermont will look to work down the middle of the field. They'll get that second layer cut.
And it looks like UNE came out in a zone there.
And again,
doing a lot of giving and going.
Yeah, Northeastern doing a really good really good job in terms of getting that deep back there to cut off that crossfield huck.
Throw up the middle, near side. Oh, a little too much on that.
Yeah, a little too much zest on that throw. But again, I really like what Northeastern is doing. They're keeping their cuts unpredictable. As you saw, the cutter coming out from the middle of the stack, and not having cuts exclusively from the back.
Ooh, nice job by the UVM player there. Coming out in person defense, Northeastern is.
Good fake, and then swing it down here to the near side.
They're doing a really good job. UVM's doing a good job of their stack, creating lots of space for the cutters to cut into.
True, and one thing that I think you can observe here is that they're doing a really good job not being stagnant. That next cut is always there.
Middle of the field.
Yep, they'll swing it down to the far sideline. Look to
Oh,
put it
deep
up
shot,
and over.
Come back into the end zone for the point for UVM. And again, oops. Did I not? Did a good job of forcing UVM to move the disc, which they did at will. It's going to be interesting to see if either of these defenses can really shut down the opposing offense. You know, it's one thing to shut down the deep throws, but can you shut down the offense enough to really get a couple turnovers?
True, and I think that's something we'll have to keep a close eye on Northeastern. Because you can see UVM, they're playing that really tight person defense, forcing Northeastern to be really crisp, really precise with all their throws. Northeastern, you can see them trail a little bit there, giving Vermont that open look there at the end. But this has the makings of a really good men's upper finals.
Yeah, it's tied at 1 with UVM in the dark on the right, getting ready to pull to Northeastern in the white on the left. A little extra bit of coaching from the UVM sideline.
And we have a hand from the far sideline, and we are up. And that is an excellent pull there from...
Yeah, that'll be in the middle of the end zone.
Yep, fielded well by Northeastern. And they'll get it up quickly to the front of their own end zone. Move it down here to the near sideline. Looking to find that second layer of cutters here in the middle.
Good job of the defenders turning those deep cuts in. Oh, nice job of poaching off and taking away the immediate threat. Near sideline, oh, good throw to the end zone for Northeastern. Oh, I thought that was the scoreboard again. Damn it.
Judging the finicky nature of the scoreboard, that can be excused.
Yeah, since the horn blew at a random point yesterday.
Yes, but you can see Northeastern did a really good job working up into the middle of the field.
Yeah, you know, they didn't force it. They didn't see 2 of their guys breaking deep and go, oh, I can put that up there and that'll be caught. They just took what was available to them, and you know, if you're confident that you can score no matter what, any way you can, you know, that's what they're doing. They're saying, oh, you know what, you want to take that away, fine, we'll just march it up the field.
Sure, and that's been part of the hallmarks of their offense that have gotten them here to the finals here in the men's upper division.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, you know, so far, you know, both offenses have just moved the disc. They've essentially done what they wanted to do. So you're going to give us the unders? We'll take the unders. See if they can come up with something tricky on defense.
And then look for Vermont to respond quickly here. Pull is up, and it's going to be fielded on the end zone by Vermont, and they will look to work it up here on the other side.
Moving to a side stack. Oh, defender right on the hip of that UVM cutter.
So really good job cutting across the front of the.
And that's a travel.
That's it. Travel unobserved, but not hit. But caught here in the booth, and then,
Or as we call it, that's a veteran move. You do the curl, you get, oh, nice grab
really good.
by the EVM player.
Really
Good
good.
patience. He knows that, hey, my guy's going to get open eventually. I just have to wait for it.
Yeah, and UVM doing a really good job bringing their wings and cutters down into the down closer to the handler position, so they give the handlers more receiving
And into
options.
the end zone for a point. That is one thing I noticed on that particular point that Northeastern was doing is they did a really good job of switching on defense. So if someone got a little, if the offense was making a deep cut and had their person beat, the next person in line was taking them up and calling out switch, meaning I'll take your guy, you take the guy I just had. And it's really an effective way, but that takes communication. And you saw that on that particular play.
True, and UVM did a really good job making sure people weren't stagnant, bringing back those cutters closer to the disc, so we could have more sideline to sideline action. Really get those defenders tired out, even with the excellent job of switching as you mentioned.
Yeah, and UVM took a couple of unnecessarily risky throws. Their speed is enough that someone's going to get open. So they just have to be patient and wait for that and not try and force anything.
And so UVM will pull from right to left across your screen. Throw is up.
You got to hang up in the air a little bit, allow the defense to get down there. And lands inbounds. Excellent job. Far sideline. Northeastern working it to the near sideline.
A really good job here by Northeastern.
Oh, couldn't get the, no, and that's going to be a deep throw down to the front of the end zone. Defender should drop, but he's not, and the wide open.
True, and you can.
We have a call, and I'm not sure what the call was. Was it a travel? My guess it was a travel.
True, and as but to your point, as we
pick calls. For those uninitiated, a pick is the same as a pick in basketball, where you try and use another person on the field to get open. Only an ultimate is illegal.
But to your point, as you were observing earlier, Mike, once you get closer down towards the end zone, having that defender who would otherwise have been guarding this just drop back, and take away the space as opposed to play the disc is really vital. And as you see, they tried the other way around, having the mark stay with the mark, and it was an easy pitch and catch for the Northeastern defense. As we take a small break here for the
observers to sort out the mess.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where I would have to see instant replay to see where the pick was on that.
And that's been part of the festivities here this weekend is having that observer program.
And then we're going to have another pick or a foul because there's a UVM player flat on his back.
It's a little more obvious. I think there was a bit of a push off.
Looks like 23 signaling something. Does 85 pick up on it?
Yep. Really nice job finding the around there. Was 85.
Good defense by the UVM squad. Oh, good grab. Way to go up and high point it instead of letting the defense get under it. Near sideline.
Yep. Good strike.
And that is going to be a point. Unless there's another pick call, which it appears there is. Nope.
It sounded
Maybe?
like there may have been a pick.
Yes, we have a pick call. So already, lots of cheating going on with all these picks.
Things you may have otherwise been able to get away with.
That was going to be open too.
Yeah. Yeah, really good job by the UVM defender, just dropping off of that potential strike cut.
Yeah, and that's a good job of Northeastern, moving it to the far side of the field. Get that break side way open. Oh, he had him. Oh, and just, he tried to holster it too late. UVM with the disc.
Yeah, good job by UVM holstering that one. It looked like he was trying to throw a backhand through approximately 5 bodies.
Oh, and a deep throw, curling back to the end zone, caught by UVM.
Yeah, really good job there by UVM, being patient.
Yeah.
And waiting until there was an open player in the end zone.
Yeah, and I got a feeling with true, really ultra competitive teams in the finals, we're probably going to see a lot more attention paid to violations in the game, like picks and travels. You know, in a lot of our earlier games, we saw these things, but they weren't called, whether it's due to players' inexperience or just figuring, you know what, that person didn't gain an advantage, I'm not going to make a call. But in this final, we've already seen there's going to be a lot of contact. There's going to be a lot of picks. People are working really hard to get open, and sometimes, you know, 2 people just run to the same spot.
True, but I believe it's been an ask from the USAU to have more main observers on the national circuit. So it's really good to see that training program up in here at the Lobster Spot tournament.
Yeah, they had that training session yesterday, and now they have the sort of the live action test.
As the pole is...
And I don't know what that was, but that was a pull. Oh my God. I don't believe that happened. Yeah.
It's a live pull, and
then the Northeastern offensive person, it hit him in the back before it touched the ground, meaning it was a turnover. Wow, that was weird.
That was a strange sequence of events. There looked to be a stutter step on the pole.
Oh, good lead throw by the hand. Oh, and that's a point for UVM. Yeah, I don't know what happened on that pull exactly. He started into his motion, stopped, and then threw it. So I don't know if he thought he wasn't supposed to and then had to continue, or I think they're discussing that now with the observers.
True, and you could see the near side observer talking to the Northeastern line. It looked like some people may have stopped or may have paused before attempting to field the pole, and it looked like it just clanked off one of the receivers.
Yeah, but you know what? If you're Northeastern, you got to either catch that or let it hit the ground cleanly, and then figure it out. You know, don't take anything for granted.
No, nothing. I think that was just part of the oddity of the play.
Yeah, I wonder if Northeast, if the conversation is he stopped his initial motion, he should have reset, put his hand up, and restarted, or what the discussion is. Interesting. Yeah. Both teams huddling up to try and go, oh, what's going on? Might be taking the point off the board, or might not. It might be 4-2, or it might still be 3-2.
Yeah, it sounds like Sounds like they're talking it out with the observers here.
All right. Yeah, so both teams are really moving the disc. They're crisp. This game's going to come down to, who can get that turnover and transition that turnover into points for their team. Okay, apparently it is 4-2 because they've changed ends. So whatever was going on has been rectified. Now UVM will be ready to pull again to Northeastern. And if you're Northeastern, you got to shake that last one off. You're like, whatever happened, it's in the past. We gotta get this point right here, march down the field and score.
True, even though it may have seemed like a strange sequence of events. It's the next point. It's this point for Northeastern.
Good pull. Rolls out of bounds in the end zone. So they will take it. Oh, but it hit inbounds in the field of play. So they take it at the front corner.
Yeah, really good.
Oh, really good defense by UVM, and even better defense on the layout around the offensive player to get the defense. UVM threatening near sideline at the 10.
Yeah, really solid job to reverse field, give himself a little more real estate, and have them knocking out the doorstep, and they score.
Little fluttery throw over the top to get the easy score, and it is now 5-2 UVM.
But really, the person who made that play was the really hard defense of UVM.
Yeah, it was evident from the start. You saw it down here in this corner where the defender almost got to the initial throw, and then they ran into each other, and Northeastern could have taken advantage of it by saying, hey, there are two defenders behind everyone now. Let's move the disc, and then just that beautiful layout D around the offensive player without fouling him to give possession to UVM.
No, it's a really nice recovery by UVM. After almost getting that initial block, they come back down and really put the clamps on and to stretch it to 5-2.
Yeah, and they didn't try and punch it in right away. They saw that it was covered, so they swung it back to the middle of the field and then the far sideline, and then. You could tell the UVM offensive player wanted to what we call milk the disc. He wanted to try and make sure he caught it in the end zone, but he felt the defender on him and decided it was better to grab it and then make the throw to the next cutter.
And UVM will pull it from left to right across your screen. And it looks like they are ready, and they are ready on the other side as well. And pull coming momentarily. Here it is.
Here we go, chill! Oh, eat it up, Zach!
Yeah, again, Vermont doing a really good job.
Nice snag by the Northeastern player, near side of the field.
Really good save. And you can see them starting to weave that handler motion a little bit.
Yeah, really getting those handlers involved. Good cut from the back.
Yeah, really nice job getting off his feet and ensuring that he maintains possession.
A lot of speed on this field today.
Yeah.
Oh, another layout, but that was going to be. That is no call. That could have been a physically disastrous play for a lot of people. Deep throw,
really
into
nice.
The end zone, UVM for the easy score this time.
Really nice find out the back there by UVM. But again, it's been the theme all weekend, and right here true today. What could have been physically disastrous, the players did a really good job protecting themselves, protecting their fellow competitors, and ensuring that people stay as safe as possible. even with a physically demanding play such as that.
There's nothing worse than seeing a disc floating in the air, going for it, and all of a sudden out of the corner of your eye seeing someone lay out at knee level. At that point, like, heck with the disc, I'll let it hit the ground. I'm not getting my knee blown out by two guys diving for the disc.
True, and
because I've seen that happen a few times, and that's...
No, I've seen it happen myself, and it's never a pretty sight, but fortunate to have avoided it here, and so Vermont will stretch the lead, stretch to 6-2.
You know, Northeastern's, they're not doing anything wrong. You know, they're moving the disc, and then UVM's just clamped down on defense. They're bidding for everything. So if they're doing that, see if you can bait some of that, get them off balance. If they're really hyper aggressive, get them off balance with fakes and see if you can get someone open that way.
As Northeastern will look to right the ship here, they'll field it on their ends and throw it up here to the middle of the field.
See, there again, the defender's right on the hip. Right on the hip. You gotta, and that is, you know, that is a legitimate foul call.
Yeah, it looks like 58 and 25 for Northeastern talking it out.
Coming to the decision. You gotta trust that your guys will get open and not make the tight window throws every time.
Yeah, and Northeastern
now that was a good job of the Northeastern player shielding the disc with his body to make sure he couldn't be the UVM defender, couldn't get around him.
As Northeastern in business, working it up right around midfield.
Dumping sideline.
Dumping on back, throwing it to a cutter.
Nice little give and go there. Great job by Northeastern there, reversing the field, breaking the mark, and getting the point.
Yeah, that was a really solid job there by Northeastern, and a way in which they can counter this hard UVM defense. It was really remaining patient, taking what they give you, trying to get those cuts open in the middle of the field, being patient with your swings. I think that's how they're going to climb back into this finals.
And you know it's smart. You know, we keep saying that despite, you know, a lot of body contact in this final, that generally speaking, Ultimate is a non-contact game. Now, if you and I are going for the disc and we kind of get there at the same time, generally no one's going to call that. But the Northeastern player there, going up for the disc, and just before he jumps, just shielding, just shifting his upper body a little bit to prevent his defender from accelerating through him. It was a really instinctive, really smart move, and that, you know, led to them maintaining position. And once they got the break, that far sideline was open, and they just 2 throws and a score.
As Northeastern will pull from right to left across your screen. The pull is up, and it is good. It'll be fielded on their own end zone by Vermont, and UVM Chill will work in the middle of the field. Coming around to the near side, it is handled there.
Oh, and a deep throw. That's going to end up short, and neither player can come up with it. A little short of the end zone. Northeastern on the offense, again going back, but throwing well into coverage. And back and forth we go.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a looks like we may have a I think that's why we saw the quick throwback.
All right, so Northeastern disc, there apparently was a foul committed by the UVM player, and the disc will go back to the original thrower. By the way, I haven't commented on it yet, but the hot pink shirt is absolutely fantastic.
It is a glorious
With
shirt.
the matching bandana, by the way.
The clothing continues to be excellent here at the Lobster Spot
Now,
tournament.
it would be better if they could have worn their Hunter's Orange, which they wore the entire tournament.
Well, can't have all nice things. As the UVM will look to work it up the far sideline. Quick strike cut
Oh,
to a handler. Good find in the middle of the field.
Northeastern showing some patience now. Oh, a little bit of a back across the midfield line. That's a travel, and that's a deep throw to the end zone. Oh, just out of reach of number 7.
Looked like there may have been an extra step or two in the throw of Northeastern, but UVM will take over on their own end zone.
But again, you're generally not going to call that in game because the player's not really gaining an advantage. It's just you get into these habits as players of curling, of shuffling your feet more, and without gaining an advantage. Another deep shot for UVM. Trying to trust. Oh, well defended by Northeastern. So UVM's going to be playing defense, trying to keep Northeastern down here, and not give up too many throws so that they can immediately retain possession. Oh, well, wanted to make the bid. You saw it.
Yeah, and Northeastern is doing a really good job in terms of getting those second cuts.
And that deep throw, 2 defenders back. Good job by number 8 to curl around. Oh, I would have to see the replay on that.
It looked like.
Nope, he's shaking off his own call.
Yeah, no, I thought that.
Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you feel the contact and you immediately say foul because you felt the contact, and then you have a second to think about it and you say no, it came afterwards. So nice job by good spirit by the Northeastern player to recognize.
True, and really good job there by 22 to get into that open space.
Oh, that's a foul.
Yes.
It's one of those unintentional ones. The 7 is stopping to poach off, just as the number 8 is cutting into him, and just an unfortunate circumstance.
Yeah, but good for all the other players to slow down to recognize what was going on and to let play reset.
Now number 7 is going to have to get back into position to take up a defense. Yep.
Yeah, and he will do so.
Wow, these now Northeastern's really clamped down on defense.
Yeah, really good job by number 8 to just peel it from his defender and get into. So I think.
Sideline. Ooh, deep shot available. Oh, but defended by Northeastern, knocking it out of bounds, taking possession far side of the field.
So I think if you're Northeastern, you see Vermont with all these strike cuts. I think if you're a mark, you may want to slide into that.
Third hand block of the day. Yeah, exactly. Take up space. See, timeout. Smart timeout by UVM. Things getting a little chaotic, and just trying to calm things down, get things a little more organized. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Finn. You wanna. You've seen all those strike cuts. You want to either, shuffle or alter your mark a little bit, or maybe if you're defending against that strike cut, you just take it away. You stand there and you say, okay, I'm going to give you this swing and trust that I can get the mark on and that my defenders can recover, rather than give up the strike cut, leaving you in a power position with your momentum moving upfield for a nice, easy, long throw.
True, because they've been using that really well, like letting four or five strike cuts go on, and then by the time Northeastern comes over to clamp down, they just swing it back to the other side of the field, and it's open every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Yeah, and you know, UVM plays that game themselves. You know, they use you get a lot of handler action, a lot of these strike cuts, so they should be used to seeing it. So how do you adjust?
So I'll be interested to see how Northeastern defends against this point. UVM starting right around midfield.
Getting ready to tap the disc in. We have, all right, the offense is set, so the defense will set up on them. Standard person, vertical stack for UVM. One dump available, middle of the field at midfield.
It looks like they're forcing towards the near side, towards the far sideline.
Another deep throw to the end zone. 18 is open for the point. We are now 7-3.
Yeah,
And this is the final, so it will be to 15.
Yeah. One of the first and only times we can definitively say it
Yes.
will be to 15. But again on that throw, there's really not a whole lot you can do as a defender when the throw is popped up and over like that with a defender with a receiver out the back of the stack.
Yeah, there's both teams are super fast and super athletic, and like I've been saying, you just have to trust that your offensive player will get open. So don't force a tight window throw. Instead, wait the extra beat and find the easy reset or find the easiest throw and make it.
As UVM will confer with their coaches, and really there's not a whole lot they should do or could do to change what they've got going on. They've raced out here quickly to a 4-score lead.
Yeah, and they made their adjustment early and have started playing really aggressive defense. Let's see if Northeastern can take advantage of their over-aggressiveness.
Yep, as Northeastern will bring it out right.
Oh, floaty disc, dangerous throw, but nice concentration by Northeastern.
Really,
give and goes up the far sideline, swing it back to the middle.
It looked like that was almost a strike weave, if you will. They had, but doing a good job staying underneath, letting Vermont poach over the top.
Oh, and another throw into the end zone. Oh, beautiful cut into the near sideline of the end zone. Excellent job by the Northeastern player.
Yeah, really good job there to keep it on the far sideline, and then when that started to clog, swing it back here to the near side, get that person open in the end zone, and just put it where only he could get it.
And honestly, it's like UVM has decided, all right, you know what, or Northeastern decided that point, we're going to run our handlers and cuts from the front of the stack till we get towards the end zone, because that's where everything was. That's where a lot of their stuff was coming from, and it was a nice job by them to adjust and keep the disc moving, not get stuck, but not force tight window throws.
True, and so Northeastern will look to get a stop on this one, and then if you get a stop, you're right back in it.
Yeah.
Still,
you need the stuff and score here, though.
Yeah. The score is 7-4 here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the men's Open Division final between the University of Vermont and Northeastern University.
UVM in the dock.
And the pull is up from Northeastern in light. and it'll be fielded and carried up by UVM.
Oh,
Look
yeah,
at them put it deep
weird
right
throw
off.
that came out funky towards the end line. That I don't think that flew as he intended it.
No,
that
I
was
think.
a funky release. So now Northeastern, they got their stuff. Can they get the score?
Yep, swing it around to the far side. Number 36. 36 will put it down to 13. And they've got multiple people breaking deep, opting instead to keep it on the strike cut. Good find in the middle in the field. Cutter coming back.
Oh.
They are right towards the right in the shadow of their own end zone.
And then swing it back towards the middle. Wide throw to the end zone. Once you get that break, boy, is it hard to get back and play defense.
Well, I think they did just what we said they needed to do. They got the stuff, worked it up nice and patient, and got the score.
Now, if you're UVM, you got to say, all right, just take care of business. Let's take this. Let's take half right here. Let's not let them get any more positive feelings about their game.
Yeah, as UVM will take a huddle down quickly before I think probably putting on a really solid D point, wanting to get a repeat of that pass point.
Yeah, it's they just need to shake off the last turnover. You know, they still lead the game. They got to remember that.
As the score is 7-5 here in this main Ultra Men's Open Final between the Northeastern Huskies and the University of Vermont Catamounts.
UVM getting ready to receive.
And Northeastern having just broken serve here on defense. As the throw is up.
It's gonna roll.
It's gonna roll. The
Good job
stopped.
getting to the disc quickly.
Yeah, and you could see a cutter
He was streaking
low.
deep, and he had steps, but that was that would have been a tough throw.
Yep.
Good job of UVM taking the swings, getting to the near field.
Yeah.
Oh, was looking for the cut. The cut wasn't there. Oh, a little out of reach of the UVM handler. Just not quite there. So now you got to come back and play defense. Near sideline.
Yep.
Northeastern takes over.
Northeastern.
Good defense. Oh, they had that open, but the thrower's back was turned.
Yeah, really nice job there by the Northeastern cutter, able to come down and get back into that open space as they look to swing it here off the sideline, come towards the middle, and the disc will wind up here on the far sideline. Looking to swing it back into the middle. We'll swing it around.
There's no way he was getting to that.
You can see Northeastern, with that patience, they're finally starting to get a little bit of separation.
And now that's a point. In this near front corner of the end zone. And now,
And Northeastern's within
again.
one.
7-6 in favor of UVM.
You could see really nice, solid job. The Northeastern, they didn't get ahead of themselves, even after getting the stop.
Yeah, you know, they just they methodically moved it up the field. That was really nice to watch.
I think that's how they're going to come back and potentially take this final. Just you're not going to win everything on this next point. You're going to. It's all about the next point.
And UVM needs to just needs to settle down. You know, they just need to not. They need to not get in their own heads. They just need to keep playing, keep doing what they're doing, and not let the momentum shift affect them.
Yeah, and if you're Northeastern, I think you just, you've had 2 points in a row where you've had some really solid defense, really chilly decisions with the disc. You just want to keep rolling and take it into halftime.
I've got, if I'm Northeastern, I have my best defensive line out here, and now I don't need it.
Oh, and
A second drop of a pull in this finals.
you can see he had it all lined up and it just bounced off his hands.
Yeah, he was looking to throw, make that immediate throw. UVM with the defense, broken.
Really
Break the mark again, and that's going to be a point. And we are knotted up at 7.
Really nice decision making there by Northeastern, not taking that immediate strike cut. Just swinging back down to the far side, putting it back in the middle, back to the far side, and then taking the strike cut when the opportunity presented itself.
And if I'm the UVM coach, I'm keeping that same line in there. I'm like, you got to shake that off. We're going to need you this game, so you need to shake that off this point.
Yeah, and it appears as if they're taking your advice. Look, all the same people that were right there are right back out again. And I also like that decision. You can't let it go to your head going into half.
Nope.
Just stay back, shake it off, try and take this half, because even though you've just given up 3 consecutive points, you're still knotted up at 7.
Yeah, you're knotted up at 7. You're ready to take half. I mean, just do it.
And so Northeastern will pull from left to right, looking to take half themselves and taking some real momentum in. Look, you just had 3 consecutive stops on defense.
Honestly, if I'm Northeastern and I take half, I want this half as fast as possible. I want like a 1-minute half.
Yeah, and he'll try again. He'll get it this time.
Yeah. And that's what I try and tell my high school kids. If you drop the pull, catch the next one. Nice job by UVM player. Tried to milk a little bit, but still got it. Deep throw to the end zone. And then one last little throw for the score.
Really, I love the coaching decision there.
Yeah.
You keep your same line out there, and they reward you with a really quick score. You see the person who had dropped the pull previously caught it this time, and gets a nice little upfield throw. That throw comes out even when you're trying to milk it. Caught it right before the end zone, and we're able to take half.
Yeah, people who drop pulls, it's because they're so used to catching them. So they can catch them. You're just like, dude, that was just that was just crap. All that just happened. Just go out there and catch the next pull.
Yeah, and really nice, really solid recovery by Vermont, able to blunt a little bit of that Northeastern momentum, and able to take half here in this men's open finals.
Well, and now they were up 7-3, and in solid control, and now it's 8-7. So both sides have good things to feel good about, and also things that they need to work on. Because if you're Northeastern, you're like, yeah, we made a run and came back, but we got down to begin with. So let's not do that again.
True, and if you're UVM, you ran out to a hot start. You let them climb back in the game, but you took half. And I think if you're UVM, you go back to what was really working beforehand, having that really tight lockdown defense, and making sure that those first couple throws are really chilly.
Yeah, don't talked about it all game. Don't force tight window stuff. These teams are so fast. And the offensive person always has the advantage because they know where they want to go. And as a defender, you are reacting, and they're playing so aggressive. We talked in the last stream about as a defender dictating what you're willing to give up. Like, I'm willing to give up the under. That doesn't mean you're not going to try when they make the undercut. What you're doing is you're saying, I'm not getting beat deep, and then I'll react. And so you get these really, really good job of being aggressive, of recovering, of playing solid D, but the offensive person always knows where they're going to go, so they're going to have a little bit of an advantage. And trust that someone's going to get open on your team, and you don't have to try and make a risky throw.
Sure. And both teams have been doing a really good job in getting open underneath and ensuring whenever the opportunity presents itself to just find open space, to make sure that there's real estate for them to run onto, so that the thrower doesn't have to make that low percentage really risky throwaway throw.
On the other hand, risky throws mean glory.
They do mean glory. There is nothing more exciting than seeing a layout on an otherwise poorly thrown disc. There's nothing more exciting than seeing a hammer or a scuba or a sort of an upside down sort of throw.
Yeah, not seeing any of those this game.
Yeah, I think we haven't.
Can a men's can any final, mixed, women's or men's, end before a hammer is thrown or a scuba? I don't think so. I think that's in the rules.
I am pretty sure the new edition end. We'll see the observers enforce it here today.
Yeah.
That if the game does not end with a scuba or a hammer, the game must continue until such a point is scored.
I'm pretty sure the commenters are trying to rip me on that one. What are you, a moron? That's not true. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
okay.
Well, we have inside advanced knowledge of
that's true.
of the rule books, and it's there. It's written in stone.
Well, and we're East Coasters, so we understand sarcasm.
This is also true. So I think which is why USAU is trying to move Ultimate more towards the Midwest.
That's right. USAU does not like sarcasm. We do not appreciate your sarcastic tone, young man.
But in all seriousness, we do have observer trainees here in this men's open final, and I'd say they've been doing an excellent job.
Yeah, there's been a few plays where there's been discussion on the pick / the foul that went on, and whatever happened with that pole that hit someone in the back, and I would still like an explanation. When we have a sideline reporter one of these days, we'll get down to the official observer and interview him to figure out what happened there. But until then, we can only speculate, and speculate wildly we shall.
True, and I would love to see instant replay of what.
Tell us straight, our videographer's looking at us incredulously.
I would love to see because it looked like the player from UVM stutter stepped. The observer said something to him, and then he continued through with the pole, and then on the other hand, something was said from the observers to the Northeastern player, and then they stopped, and they were struck, and then play was allowed to continue as if nothing happened. So I would love to have been a fly on the wall, so to say, within that discussion.
And apparently the official resolution is nothing happened because it was a turnover.
Yeah. And so with the score 8-7 here in the men's open final, it looks like the University of Vermont is ready to go here, having just taken half, and it looks like Northeastern will be ready to go underway themselves momentarily. And so if you're Vermont, what do you need to do here in the second half to really salt this game and take home that open championship?
Okay, so it looks like it looks like Northeastern is pulling to them, so they get to go on offense first. So I'm putting my best offensive line on, and the next point, if we score, I'm putting my best defensive line on, because I really want to put pressure on Northeastern. We've got the advantage. If we're UVM, we've got the advantage. and we're going to take advantage because we're going to get this pull in the second half. Now, if you're Northeastern, we're thinking, all right, we get a turn here, it's dead even, and we're getting the disc back.
Yeah, and I think if you're Northeastern, true, you did just rattle off those 4 out of
Yep.
five points, and you're thinking, you got the turn right here. The momentum is right back in it, and so we will get Northeastern pulling from right to left across the screen. Northeastern in the assorted whites, and Vermont in the assorted darks. And the pull
And
is
hot
up.
pink. Oh, that's not coming back.
That
That pull is going into the other field. Got a little bit too much hook on that one.
Yeah, I think he wanted to throw it just a little bit flatter.
All right, so UVM will set up at the brick, which is 20 yards out of the end zone in the middle of the field.
And it
Some
looks
sort of split stack. Exciting, exciting.
really fun play design there from Vermont. You had that exciting midfield cut, and then you had the secondary cutter just trickle out the back as UVM is in business here on the far side of the field.
And Northeastern adjusted immediately on defense. Oh, wide swing around. Good job by the offensive person to go up and get it.
Yeah, really nice break there by UVM as they'll swing it in towards the middle and look to put it down towards the far side. Far side, it looks like there's a little bit of momentary confusion, and
That
UVM
should be a point.
will punch it in.
Yep.
UVM picked up right where they left off in taking half, and they will stretch the lead to 9-7.
Now Northeastern to counter, because they're probably thinking, all right, they're going to put their best defensive line in. We're putting our best offensive line in. And we're just going to make sure that we value the disc and score and keep this game tight. Scoring will put more pressure on UVM, and you got to see, all right, which side's gonna show a little crack that the other side can exploit.
It appears as if Northeastern is going to bring out their O-line, and I think it's a really good decision there. You know, you're still really close. You go down, you score this point, and then you're still within one, and I think just one break one way or the other could really decide this game. So,
and this is the final, so you may see the coaches of both teams kind of shrink the lineup. Guys who are getting play to get experience in earlier rounds may not see the field. You'll want your more experienced players, especially with as competitive as it is in this final.
As the pull is up, and it is going to hang up for the University of Vermont.
It's just going to float there.
And really well fielded by Northeastern, and
almost excitement.
And an even better job finding that second cutter and not allowing UVM, in understanding that they've been really aggressive coming down.
Yep.
Coming down, but you're right. It was almost excitement. Almost excitement there.
Break force, far side of the field.
Yeah, really good job here by Northeastern.
Nice snag out of the air by the Northeastern. Oh.
Yeah, and it looks like we have an injury here. Might have been some calf tightness here from Northeastern.
Now, if he's calling injury, that means he has to come out of the game.
And he will do that. The observer making finger guns.
Oh yeah, that's he's getting stretched out right now.
Yeah, making
a lot of ultimate in 2 days.
Yeah, and without proper stretching, that's going to be really hard on your calves.
Northeastern puts it back into play, middle of the field, now far side.
Yeah, and they picking up right where they left off. I'm really loving this handler movement.
Oh, just out of reach. UVM with no one upfield, waits.
And 18, and you could see him motioning. You could see him motioning to ask for people to come upfield to give him a few more options.
Far sideline, curving throw for the end zone, for the point. And now it is 10-7 in favor of UVM Chill.
Yeah, really nice job there by Chill to remain solid with the disc, to just take those couple extra throws, and because you could see when even when people were behind the disc, taking an extra second or two or three to allow players to catch up with the play, and then come back to the disc and take that under that Northeastern were giving them.
Well, and I suspect there must have been some sort of confusion on the Northeastern side on that transition. Maybe a lot of switching on defense because that UVM player, I don't think the UVM player has been that wide open all game. So I think there was some confusion and switching, and someone just kind of snuck out and boom, I'm in the end zone, throw it to me.
True, and that's part of the risk you run with your transition game, and that sometimes you can get confused, and that it's something that you potentially have to talk about on the offensive line. Obviously, you never want to turn it over, but in the event that you do, where are you going? Do you need to switch if you're marked upon someone who is significantly faster than you, so on and so forth. As Northeastern will get the disc back. And look to get down.
Oh, nice attempt at the defense.
And that's been...
Oh, and Northeastern just cannot come up with that sliding grab attempt.
Really nice job there by Northeastern in the attempt, but just unable to get up.
UVM takes timeout. They're at the middle of the field at about the 30 of their opponent.
Yeah, really, it may sound like a cliche at this point, but I like the decision from UVM to take the timeout here. That you've just gone up by 3. Northeastern's just turned over. You have a chance to really put the screws on them here, and so taking that timeout, coming up with something to run here, I think it's a good decision here.
And this timeout brought to you by Insight Eye Care for your eye care needs. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. You call the timeout right, and now you're like, okay, let's punch this one in. You get this one in, and now all of a sudden you're up by 4 again. And that again puts a lot more pressure on Northeastern. Northeastern, on the other hand, needs to say, all right, we're going to set up our defense. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to get the turn.
And as we observe here, 21 for Vermont, dictating where the offense will stand up. It looks like they're going.
So they're not doing the exciting play that they tried earlier with the split stack.
So they're doing a more traditional vertical offense, in which you have two handlers back, and then you have five cutters in a stack more towards the center of the field.
Northeastern will tap the disc in. UVM is on offense. Oh, nice around, high release. Oh, climbing the ladder to grab that disc in the air. UVM now up 11-7.
That throw, that catch and release there from UVM was really sweet to watch. That sweet point brought to you by Gelato Fiasco, with shops in Portland and in Brunswick. You can really get the taste of Italy here in Maine at Gelato Fiasco.
Hey, do you like massages?
I do like massages.
If you need a massage, or you need, or you want to train for Ultimate, you need to go to Maine Movement. Maine Movement and Jared will set up a program for you, and he also gives fantastic massages. They stink in that they hurt very badly while you're getting them, but he's trained, licensed, everything, really knows what he's doing. So Maine Movement for your massage and training needs.
And to see that it's through no fault of his own. It's years of
bodily neglect
on all of our parts. but fantastic. No,
Hey Callahan, don't you ever stretch? What are you talking about? What is this stretch?
I think Rich Young, our director, asked me to stretch once and not after. As the pull from UVM is up and fielded well by Northeastern, and they are back in business. Looking good, good switch there by the Catamounts. Also known as a chill, good crossfield cut by Northeastern, and we'll swing it around back towards the middle and put it down to the far sideline. Getting a second layer cut, and so Northeastern in business. They will put it long,
deep throw.
curling in.
Oh,
it still hangs up.
By UVM.
Really nice job there by UVM, ensuring that the disc ended up on the turf after getting that initial hand block, and you could see the disc kind of wobbling up in the air.
Yeah, it stinks when you make a deflection and all of a sudden it ends up in the offensive player's hands. So good job continuing the play for UVM.
Really good job there by the handler for UVM to bring it up and swing it down here to the near side. Coming down is UVM, faking the long throw. They'll put it long. They will climb the ladder and get it. Chill.
Nice cut from the handler position. Good recovery from the Northeastern player.
Yeah, really nice bid attempt there. Unfortunately, unable to get it. They'll put it long. They'll wave off the strike cut, looking to find a second layer in the middle of the field.
And now we're trying for the end zone.
Look up and
Curling
around.
throw into the end zone behind the defender. UVM now up 12-7 over Northeastern. Gosh, they played really good D for most of that point too.
Yeah, it was really good for UVM, and they were able to not get frustrated with the excellent defense that Northeastern was displaying there, just waiting for their opportunity. And when an opening came up, they were able to exploit it and to stretch this lead to 12-7.
You know, this might be a good time for a clean tap energy timeout by Northeastern. Kind of gather themselves and, get their heads right. Say, look, we're still in this game. Just keep fighting, keep going.
True, and they've been in this position before. Right before half, you're down 7-3. You come back, you make a run a bit, you tie it up 7-7. So they absolutely have it back in there to roll off 4 or 5 points in a row.
Yeah, they can rattle off a couple points really easy. And like you said, they have experience doing it, so you got to remember that. That's going to be fresh in your head. Say, all right, no problem. We got this. We got this.
Yeah, as the Northeastern appears to be finished with their timeout, and they are ready, and Chill are ready all on the far sideline, moving from left to right across your video screen, whether it be on your phone, tablet, or computer.
So if you're viewing this, you'll notice these signs across the field. These are our wonderful sponsors. They sponsor Maine Ultimate Summer Leagues and Winter Leagues, as well as help out with various tournaments. So thank you to all of our sponsors.
Yeah. And UVM appears to be ready, as is Northeastern, and we will get a pull here momentarily. From
UVM with the pull.
It will bounce down.
Oh, good job on covering on that pull by UVM. Defense really getting down there. Northeastern moving the disc far sideline, up the sideline, trying to get there, and no, they cannot. Northeastern instead scores, jamming it up the sideline.
Yeah, really, that was a really good job by Northeastern getting that initial throw off, because it looked like UVM may have been coming out in some sort of hybrid zone, and Northeastern did a really good job just popping it up and over the top of that cup and not letting them get set up.
That was just really nice offense by Northeastern. And you saw two players trailing from UVM trying to get to that disc in the end zone, but just unable to get there in time as the Northeastern player high pointed the disc instead of letting the defense get any closer.
Yeah, really nice job by Northeastern. I think you're trying to carry that. You're trying to carry that momentum and kind of steal it back from UVM, and make sure they don't waltz into 15 points and the men's championship.
Right. So now, now Northeastern's pulling. Again, they get some good feelings on their side, but UVM has to be thinking, look, we're still in control of this game, and we're getting the disc.
Yeah, you could see the coach talking with the O-line, say, hey, look, we're in this. Just be really chilly with it. Let's go. Let's score. As the
pull is up.
Gracefully curve into play and fielded by Vermont.
Ooh, almost a quick turnover. That's not good.
Swing up here to the near
Deep
side.
throw for Vermont.
Well, then if you can
Gonna
get
be
there.
a little bit out of reach of number 76.
But I like the I like the idea from Vermont. You just score, go back quick, put that deep throw, just get that quick score back, and now you're here set up with wonderful field position. But Northeastern, you got the turn.
That's a gift. If I'm Northeastern, I'm viewing that as a gift. Hey, you just turned it over. Now we're going to score.
Yeah.
Oh, nice grab. Little stumble. Near side. Deep throw. Oh, reaching up and over.
Climbs
UVM
the ladder.
defender.
Well done by Northeastern.
Oh, swing, reverse the field. Looking. Good cut, but good defense by UVM. Poaching off towards the corner and trying to make it and unable to.
Yeah, look, he had someone open out the back, but just
And
too many bodies.
Be a point for Northeastern. And look who's crawling and clawing back into the game.
Really, really good answer there from Northeastern. You saw Vermont maybe try and get away with a huck and stuff, but Northeastern said no thank you, and they were able to work it down the field, get that longer pass off. Really patient there in the light of their own end zone, and able to put it in for the score.
Yeah, and they were fortunate. That was that was almost a 50-50 disc that they threw up into defense, but their offensive player came down with it. So therefore, it's 100%.
It's always nice when you have those really athletic players who are able to turn your 50-50 disc into 75-25 or even 100-0 discs.
So let's see what UVM does to answer. They've got one of their top O-lines out there.
Yeah, I think here if you're UVM, you just tried the really quick response. I think now here maybe you might want to try the inverse. Take a little more time. Maybe slow things down. Take one or two more throws. Try and get the defense moving a little bit as the pulls up from Northeastern. And
angling disc.
And really good job.
Javelins into the ground. Now they're viewing another split stack, so they're trying to get some sort of pick working. So they cheated.
Well, the split stack works really well when you pick.
Oh, I can do that.
Nice
work by UVM. Now they get back into a standard. Oh, deep throw. Coming back for number 22 on the goal line, waiting, and popping up to number 8 for the score.
Yeah, looks like he may have tried to milk that a little bit, but did a really good job after coming down short of the end zone. Just taking a pause, letting his receiver get open and throw it in for the score to move it to 19-3.
All right, so if you're
to 9-13.
Yeah, I would have skipped over it. I knew what you meant. So yeah, now UVM, they got to be able to taste it. So they gotta
They got to say, all right, you know, we're 2 points. Let's go all out these next couple points. Let's just end this thing. Let's not give them any momentum, because you saw what they did when they got a little momentum in the first half.
Yeah. You saw in the first half. You saw a little bit in the second half. They made a couple of point runs. So you're right. If you're Vermont, you want to end it here. You want to put out your absolute studs on defense. Tell the freshmen, tell your brand new players, hey, look, you guys will get other opportunities. But we keep right here. It's for all the marbles.
They're keeping their offense. You know, they're one of their top O lines out there still. I guess they figured they scored so fast they didn't get worn out at all.
As the pull is up.
Beautiful pull.
Absolute laser.
Should be right in the corner of the end zone.
And they're gonna say,
and that's gonna be a Callahan for a point.
And Northeastern caught napping. And it's going to be a Callahan.
Or is it? Did we get excited for nothing? Dude, he picked it up, he came, he tapped it in, and he threw it away. I don't understand what the discussion is.
I think he's just embarrassed he threw a Callahan.
No, I think.
Or I
wonder if she was saying something to him as he was tapping it in, and distracted him. I don't know. We don't have instant replay.
We're getting questions.
It looks like it's not going to be a Callahan. He's lying on his back. His feelings are hurt.
Looks like, yeah.
Well, the spirit from the sidelines is still very high.
They're getting questions from the Vermont sideline as to the call in the field. The call in the field is Callahan.
The call in the booth is Callahan. I don't know what the call in the field is.
And they look like they're talking out with the observers here. After.
Well, this discussion brought to you by Think Tank Co-working. Need some office space? Think Tank can help you out. Need a meeting space? Think Tank can help you out.
And the call is score. So the Callahan on the field stands.
Oh my goodness!
The spirit of the game moment brought to you by Think Tank Co-working. As you said, if you need some co-working done, if you need extra space with which to get your side project done, Think Tank Co-working is right there for you. True, and you know, I think that we may not have seen the wisdom of keeping your top O line out there on there.
Apparently they get Callahan, so that's the wisdom of it.
but it paid dividends for Vermont, and so up by 5, they have a chance to end the men's upper tournament right here.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to be interviewing the observers after this game.
Well, they are in training, so.
Well, it's that I think, and I don't think it's through any fault of theirs. I think there's confusion in communication between the players and the observers.
As the pull is up, they will allow it to bounce, and they will.
Oh, and almost another defense right there.
True, and that's been part of the trademark of Vermont. You've seen Northeastern start to counter a little bit, but it looks like they're just starting to get
wide open. Take the easy throw, deep throw up the sideline. Oh, beautiful play by Northeastern to come down with it, even with a defender right there.
Yeah, really solid job there by Northeastern, able to cut off the first week and make sure that that's 100-0 throw. Even it looked like from our vantage point there might have been 4 people in the vicinity.
Oh, we must be time capped. So that apparently is the game. So we have a final of 14 for UVM and 10 for Northeastern.
Really exciting end to the game there. We had we got to see a Callahan for Vermont's 14th point of the game. Northeastern coming right back and scoring, but unfortunately just getting timed out.
All right, so we can bypass the hammer scuba rule for a Callahan.
I think that's in the subsection. It's in the subsection of the rule that games are allowed to end when a Callahan is scored within the last 5 points of the game.
So now Cyrus Fenderson, the men's upper TD, will be presenting the winner's trophy to UVM, and they will also get some prize money, which will help hopefully build their program.
That is the that's hope, and it is really heartening to see the building of Northeastern, of UVM, of other New England programs that perhaps the USAU community wants to see ultimate spread into the Midwest, but having that really solid base here in the Northeast is always good.
Yeah, this is really, as we've said, we had teams from as far away as Buffalo and Rutgers, so this is only going to get bigger.
Yeah, we'd love next year see places like Carnegie Mellon, places.
I want to see Arizona come out.
I mean, might as well get Cal, might as well get Denver, Oregon, Colorado College.
Money's clearly an issue with college students, right? You don't have a lot of expense, but as far as getting here, Portland Jetport's right around the corner. Boston's not far away. It's not any harder to get to than Colorado or Sarasota or San Diego. I'm just saying.
95 runs right by the city. 295 comes right there. I think there's no more beautiful city on the East Coast than Portland, Maine.
Yeah, and South Portland Wainwright Complex is just a great complex for this, a great facility for this event. With the explosion of the Lobster tournament over these 10 years, I think the sky's the absolute limit. And so, Mike, any final thoughts here for the after this? Good game, and now I'm looking forward to the women's final.
I am as well, and so we will take a momentary pause here and be back with more Ultimate here on the main Ultimate YouTube network. Hello and welcome back into the main Ultimate YouTube channel. I'm Phineas Samuelson, joined as always by Mike Callahan for this final of the women's Ultimate tournament. We are all plugged in and ready to go here for some exciting Ultimate. Mike, how are we doing?
I'm really excited. We saw UVM yesterday and we saw Northeastern earlier in the quarters, so we have a matchup of two teams we have seen before. It should be very exciting. Looks like UVM in the dark on your left is getting ready to receive from Northeastern on your right in the white.
And the University of Vermont with traces of main Ultimate, and especially seeing here on the start, seeing this starting line as the university, as Northeastern University Valkyries will pull from right to left across your screen. In the assorted whites, UVM Chill to receive in the darks on the bottom left.
And we have observers again.
And this pull is observed as an excellent one. It is bounced.
Oh, good stop by the UVM player, not letting it get behind her. Oh, and a quick turnover right away by UVM.
Could have been nerves. It looks like she just put it past. Look at it, just put it. But as
and a nice bid.
As Northeastern will strike it to
Maintains
the far side.
Control.
To the far side corner, and really well defended by UVM, making sure that there's nothing there. Able to pop it up and over.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a stall count, a stall called, and maybe a contest. No contest.
Yep. Stall called. A really good job by UVM to not.
And UVM immediately seeks to take advantage with a long throw. Nice read by the Northeastern defender.
Really good job there by Northeastern to defend, and so they will take right back over here on.
And right back, trying to go to the end zone, and that is gonna stay just out of bounds. Northeastern taking their shots early.
And my apologies for calling it Vermont Chill. The women's edition is called Vermont Ruckus.
Well, they are. To be fair, they are wearing chill jerseys.
This is true. An observation we noted earlier that the women's team had taken the men's jerseys on, as they will look to immediately put it deep again. They're going right back into the well, and it looked like, number 40, Dylan. It looked like Dylan Wilcox could have just stayed out a little bit and had the disc come on to her, but UVM in excellent position, and Northeastern will look to work it down.
We saw this a little bit from UVM yesterday, taking deep shots and saying, all right, let's see if you can beat us all the way up the field.
And as you can see, UVM really guarding against that long throw, really not wanting to take out what they're dishing.
UVM gets the turn.
Really good job there by Sarah Von Dup to stay with the disc and ensure that it gets turfed.
Ooh.
Good job picking it up. Sophie Acker. Acker back to Van Dup. Van Dup will move it up to the middle of the field. That's Kennedy McCarthy.
Gets the easy reset.
Opting not to take that harder upfield strike. Instead, Van Dup will give it to
trying for the quick strike.
And can she keep it in bounds?
Oh, I do not have the best angle, and she's not in bounds.
And it looked like, looking from the observer's angle, it said that she was in. I think Northeastern saying it was out, and out it was.
So they will take over on the front cone of their own end line. Again, that stack is just really, really tight. They need to spread that out, otherwise they're going to be picking all day long. Try again for the long throw, and again, 54 is there.
Yeah, and that's Van Dup for Vermont. My apologies if I pronounced that wrong. And really
nice grab.
Excellent job. Nothing incorrect about that layout, and Vermont is in business, looking to work it into the middle of the field. McCarthy, they're
looking for the back of the end zone. The cutter coming free
for the ruckus, and they will bring it as they get the game's first score. It is 1-0 Vermont.
And we could have a twofer in this tournament with UVM, both the men's upper and the women's upper taking the championship if UVM women's wins this game.
And as you were mentioning pre-broadcast, Vermont with a really solid program on both sides of the disc.
Yeah, they really don't have, at least from what we've seen on the field, they don't have a lot of really raw talent. They've got a lot of experience, and part of that is they have a B team, so they can put some of their newer players on the B team and keep their experience and their best players on their A team.
True, and that's such an advantage when you have that many people that are interested in the program, and when you have such a regional powerhouse as Vermont, then you can put those people on the B team, have them develop talent, bring them up to their A team. So by the time when you get them into championship rounds such as this, everyone is rip and ready to go, and Vermont will pull it away from left.
Another nice pull from Emily Posey, roller.
Yeah, and
that's a mistake. Waiting for that defense to set up.
Yeah, it looked like she had that easy swing.
Easy outlet.
Yeah. And so we're just popping up and over the top. Really nice job there by Northeastern too. Recovery coming back down.
Oh. And of course Posey gets the D.
Emily Posey, graduate of the Maine Youth.
She is the expert at making you think you're open and at the last minute closing and getting the defense.
and Vermont throws it away, and so Northeastern will take up on their own end zone.
Again, that vertical stack. So a vertical stack is usually one or two cutters or one or two handlers behind the disc. Everyone else in a vertical stack up the field. And now we're going deep again, and that's read by UVM.
Really well done there by
Posey put it to the corner of the end zone.
By
Layout,
Ruckus.
oh, just out of reach.
Really nice job there by UVM, quickly turning around, putting it into the end zone where the receiver could have gotten it.
It didn't even need to be that precise. She could have put some air under it, and she would have run under it with no one around her.
But Northeastern with a chance to equalize here. Caleb Conley running underneath.
Deadly number 0 with the disc.
We saw her all last game. She was finding open spaces.
This is up the sideline, and that is. Oh, that was almost a tremendous grab by the Northeastern player. I think she dropped that because she was trying to keep her feet in and just couldn't come up with the disc.
She did a really excellent job to try and keep her feet in bounds. Almost came up with a spectacular grab there.
So UVM will take over.
And so I think they're just arguing as to the placement of the disc.
Near midfield, just on their side of midfield, near sideline.
And so Vermont will tap it in and swing it out onto the middle.
And just gets it right off the sideline immediately.
Yeah. And that experience from Vermont doing a really good job of swinging the disc back and forth.
Oh, nice throw. Oh, just out of reach.
Yeah, looked like trying to get to that second layer of cutter, just unable to finish it off.
And UVM, I mean, you look, they look extremely confident in their defense, and that they say, okay, if we turn it over, we know we're going to get it back. So let's take some chances, move the disc. Oh, and that is a nice D by UVM again.
No, that seems to be a theme here from Vermont's defense. Just trailing, giving them a little bit of space, and then at the last second.
That's into the middle of the end zone, and again, just out of reach.
So I think if you're Vermont, you're doing a really good job getting those defenses, making sure you have possession of the disc. I think it's just taking an extra second. I'm going to sound like a broken clock on all the broadcasts, but it's that extra pause.
Well, and if I'm UVM, it's like we have you're getting all those jump discs. They're reading the disc so well. Northeastern need to say, why are we chucking it up all the time? They can read the disc and get to the spot. Oh, and that is a throw to no one. Now, can Northeastern take advantage? In my opinion, Northeastern really needs to start working this disc a little more. See if they can get some movement, get the defenders on their heel. Chucking it up is not working, and it's not gonna work this time either.
Yeah, I think in the early goings here that they're gonna go back to the drawing board and say, hey, look, like we may look open, but Vermont's doing such a good job closing down those gaps, and number 12 for Vermont.
Good effort by Northeastern, but that is a little bit short. Yeah, the thing with UVM that you'll notice immediately is as soon as they get the defense, there's no transition. They are immediately in offense. And it's taking Northeastern an extra step or two to kind of say, okay, who do I have? Where am I on the field? And by that time, UVM's already exploited it and moved the disc a couple times. So Northeastern, I think, needs to be a little bit sharper on defense. And on offense, they need to start working the disc instead of taking deep shots every single time. The deep shots are fine. They're good, and if they're a part of your game, that's fine. But not every time you touch the disc.
No, and I think we've seen from the early goings on that Vermont does a really good job of recovering.
Yes.
That they show a little bit of space, they tease that long throw, but then the second it goes up, the defenders are there, and that they do a really good job. They do a really good job closing down and taking away that back option. So true. If you're Northeastern, maybe come bring your offense in, bring your undercuts, and then once you have Vermont come and guard against that undercut, then maybe try and take your shots deep.
I injured myself. Is there a way to get a
Trainer? Can you get a trainer?
There is, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so this revision energy timeout is just about over, and we are Northeastern's getting ready to receive. I think that's their coach just kind of saying, look, let's play our game. We can get the disc moving. Let's not just throw it deep all the time, because they're getting to the deep throws before we can.
Yeah, and because they have the throws, we've seen it. We've seen it this past game. That they have the throws, they have the ability to get into spaces that are open. I think that they just have to stay away from that long ball.
Well, and you know what could have happened is, maybe that's become such a part of their game, because in that first game they were just exploiting Wellesley with that deep shot every single time, and it was successful. And if they've been doing this all tournament and they were successful, it's hard to get out of that when you're playing a team like UVM.
As UVM will put it up, and they will they'll come out to the far side and for Chen.
Oh, nice cut there. That was a good deep shot right there.
Yeah.
88 with the disc.
Yep, really.
And that time they score.
I think that's how you want to run that, and like taking an extra second, letting that long cut develop.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. The deep throws before have just been, I'm going to sprint in this direction, and they won't catch me. Well, surprise, they caught you. So this one was set up by making a hard in cut, making that defender commit to stopping the in, turning on a dime and taking off, and that's why she got so wide open there.
True, and as we saw, it worked to perfection there, because that, you're right, that's been their bread and butter.
So the question is going to be, how is UVM going to adjust to that? Are they going to switch? Are they just going to rely on their athleticism and skill?
True, and I wonder if if it's something where they move back and they take away that long shot and they just force everything under. But again, Vermont super experienced, so it'll just be a matter of how they adjust and try and mold the Valkyrie offense into something that they can defend against.
And the pull is up. Another nice one. Gonna roll a little bit.
Yep, well cut off by the Ruckus. And we'll swing it out to the break side. Looking to put it down. Well fielded there by Vermont. Vermont looking for a reset. She will get it. And Vermont coming down into the middle. Looking a little bit of congestion.
Yeah, it's the off handler was not active enough in that case.
Yeah, really good job by Sophie Acker to come in, but just unable to finish that completion.
Northeastern looking deep again, fading back to the middle of the field, and that is, she had the opportunity. Almost came down.
Yeah, it looked like Elise Hall was open there at the backside, but just unable to come down with it. And UVM back on offense.
Now they're getting a little bit better movement.
They'll swing it down here to the near side, And Vermont will put it up and long.
Deep throw, and just out of reach of number 30, Sophie Acker.
Yeah, it looked like Acker had a step on her defender, but
Yeah.
the throw just a touch long. I don't think a bid would have got there.
No, that would have been a glory gratuitous bid.
Yep, as that will come down. That will come down to Elise Hall. Hall looking to find the strike cut. She will do so, and the throw is up, and it is long.
And UVM is going to take over around their own 10.
I'd say so, yes. And so that's Sarah von Dip. Well cut in there by UVM to set up around the middle of the field. They'll swing it toward the near side. Von Dip will put up the backhand.
Beautiful throw.
And that will curl up and
just over
back.
the head. And in the end zone. No, not in the end zone. Short of the goal line.
That's Lucia McCullum for Ruckus.
But she gets it right back in the end zone.
Really, really nice job to give it to Greer. McCullum to Greer, back to McCullum for the score.
That was just a beautiful inside-out backhand from the handler, Von Dup, all the way up the field. Just warning track power, just right on the goal line, and then.
True, and you could see that she put it just tantalizingly out of the reach of the defender.
Yep.
Able to get her fingertips on it, but really just to push it forward.
You know, I will say, I think Northeastern has done a good job shoring up their defense. That last point, they were playing really hard and making UVM make a lot of throws. There weren't a lot of open cuts. They were reading the cuts and getting the space. So let's see if Northeastern can continue that.
And so Ruckus will pull the Valkyrie from left to right across your screen. Vermont showcasing why they are one of the premier programs in the Northeast here.
Great pull by Emily Posey.
And it will come down, and Northeastern will set up an offense. Swinging it out towards the far side.
We've got a side stack going by the Northeastern offense.
Yep, it's number 04 in Northeastern.
Deep throw, trying to put it to space, and that is not coming back.
Yeah, it looked like that was well covered by Posey.
Yeah, that was going to be, if that was coming back in, that was going to be definitely a contested catch.
I think what she may have been looking for, an outside in throw, get a forehand that kind of curls into the end zone, out the back of the stack. But really tough when you have a premier defender like Posey, as UVM
and
look to
that's
take
open, bullet pass to number 12. Oh, unable to come up with it. Great cut, great throw, just a little bit out of reach.
Yeah, I think she could have afforded to put a little more air under that. Still,
Absolutely.
right idea. That seems to be the way that both offenses are trying to operate. Yeah, really good job by number 0, able to fake that deep cut and then put it into open space.
And Northeastern really getting, trying to get it off that side. Oh, great under.
That's Ashley Schlinger there for Ruckus.
Schlinger with just a great move to read the disc. Oh, nice move by Emily Posey to get open. Throws it up the sideline.
And I think we've seen the first appearance of a scuba today. The upside down throw to spring Posey free.
Well, then this game can end properly. Oh, nice high arcing blade forehand going to the far sideline in the end zone for a score.
Really well done by Vermont. Vermont there taking their time, and again really good job just kind of drifting into that open space, and an even better job by the handler to find her and to put it into a space where only she can go up and grab it.
So a blade is a throw that really has a hard edge. You put the disc on edge. Normally you see a lot of discs here that are thrown flat or with a little bit of edge. A blade is one that has a hard edge. And again, we see another bendy throw.
Yep. Bendy, the now official term for throws that are not flat. And you could see part of the veteran leadership and the experience on Vermont being able to find those open spaces as they go up 4-1 here.
UVM pulling in the dark. Another nice pull. Down to about the 10 of Northeastern.
Fielded
Looking
clean.
deep. Holstered.
Yeah, really nice job there by
miscommunication, and that's going to be an open deep shot for Northeastern. Oh, just out of reach.
Luckily, she may have been able to take another step or two, but still, really nice job springing herself free at the back of the stack.
Yeah, Northeastern really needs to exploit that because they caught UVM in a switch, and that was a point.
Yeah, and you aren't going to get too many of those gifts from Vermont as they look immediately to work it upfield. See a little bit of a zinger there to Acker. Acker looking
for the strike.
Yep, she will find it. And
another deep shot by UVM.
Loose into Toppin.
I just don't think that's going to fade back in bounds.
And you're correct. And the disc will turn back over to the Valkyries, looking to chip away at this ruckus lead.
Far sideline, UVM. It looks like they're just trying to take away the deep throw. They'll let that swing go and try and take away the deep. That's a smart move by UVM on the mark.
Yeah.
Oh, and that is just a step in front.
Yeah, I liked what the Northeastern handler was doing, trying to get but Toppin to Acker for the score.
Yeah, and what Toppin did there is, like we say, we this is generally a non-contact game, but what she did is she just used her body to shield the offensive person to prevent her from getting the disc and reached around with her hands to pluck it out of the air. Very nice defense.
True, as you could see, it was a bit of an anticipation throw.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could see the cut starting from the Northeastern handler, coming across, trying to get that, trying to get into that open space, but Topping being Johnny on the spot, and taking it away, throwing it to Acker for the easy score.
Yeah, Northeastern really needs to find an answer on this point. Start chipping away at this lead. They're getting the disc. Just move the disc, throw it to where they aren't, and you got to capitalize. When you get that one player breaking free, you got to capitalize.
True, and we've seen them run their offense here against this Vermont defense. Seen them kind of fake that under and then bust into space, and we'll have to see if they're able to exploit that here. As Chen will give it into the middle of the field for.
And that was.
But really good job by Van Dip to.
Just being in the space where the offensive player wanted to go.
Yeah,
I don't know if the thrower saw her there.
MJ Muskowitz. Muskowitz will give it here to the near sideline. And she will strike up and will maintain possession.
Good fake.
Good fake. Good, Ava Medica and Van Dup to Muskowitz. Muskowitz
and
back to
that's going to be a point.
Van Dup.
It is
Tap it
in. It is now a point.
And finding Greer there in the end zone. Really good job by the Catamounts. You can see the really solid anticipation there by Sarah Von Dup, who was able to take away that easy swing pass and turn it into points.
Yeah, she just went to the space where, and like I said, I don't know if if the handler saw her standing there, because it looked like she threw it directly to her.
Yep. And so with the score 6-1 here, this breaking the action brought to you by Port Property.
The entire point was 8 on 8.
Wait, all teams
Did we not catch? Oh, we
No.
missed it. Both teams cheated. They cheated a lot. They had 8 players on each side, and this is a game where it's 7 on 7, and the observers didn't notice it, the commentators didn't notice it, and the players didn't notice it. So that's awesome.
So for as much grief as we've been giving the observers, apparently we did not catch an 8 on 8 point.
Yeah, that's shocking because I know I can count to 8 because I have 10 fingers.
It appears to be the correct 7 on 7. Order has been restored, and Northeastern will take back over on offense.
Good fake on that. Oh, and then just beating her person to the disc is another Vermont player, and she takes off deep. Posey puts it to her got a little turned around. She stopped her run and turned around. If she'd kept going, I think she would have had that.
Yeah, that looked like Nadia Scopatone. She looks like she may have gotten caught disc watching. Yeah, and it looked like.
And they're starting to bait that deep throw. UVM saying, "Oh no, that deep throw's open. Really, it is," and hoping they make the throw and then beating their person to the point.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see Northeastern really starting to use that under more often, realizing that hey,
and we have our 4th hand block of the day.
I believe that's correct.
Oh, nice job by Northeastern marker to take the deep shot away by a straight up mark. Awesome job. But a break force throw.
Godly Fisher, that's Linda McCullum.
Far side of the
looking
field.
for Posey.
Into a power position and just again out of reach.
That would have been bookends for Marina Godly Fisher, but just out of the reach. That's the second throw in a row that Posey's been able to put it into space. Just too much heat.
Yeah, and now again we have this Northeastern stack that's a little too close together. They really need to spread it out, especially against this good aggressive UVM defense.
Yeah, it appears as if Vermont is willing to give Northeastern underneath all day.
Oh, good switch.
Yeah.
Good poach in the lane.
Yep.
And now it's up, reading the disc. Good read by the Northeastern player, but too many UVM jerseys around her.
Yeah, that was Godly Fisher for the Ruckus, finding an open cutter on the near side.
McCarthy looking for help.
McCarthy fakes off Posey. We'll give it instead down to Scopatone.
Far side of the field.
Posey to Nadia. Nadia. Give it up.
Oh, good bid by the Northeastern defender, but just out of her reach. And UVM takes a 7-1 lead.
That was really good positioning there by McCullum. Just able to set herself up, fired off with, and a really good effort there by Northeastern to try and cover that last body length, but unable to do so, and Vermont will take a 7-1 lead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, looks like Northeastern has the correct. Let's see if UVM's going to cheat or if they're going to play with only 7 as well.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
All right.
Appears as if we are kosher.
Yeah, no, Northeastern's got to dig deep here because they need an answer. They're just, UVM's so good and they go to the right spot on defense. So you gotta throw fakes. When you're faster than all your opponents so far, you get a little lazy in that you think you can just outrun everyone instead of throwing fakes and doing all the things you normally have to do to get open.
And the pull from Marcus is up and fielded by Northeastern.
Side stack.
and the Northeastern offense will take over.
Starting to get a little more movement. Nice
Oh.
throw. Oh,
Oh.
just off the
Oh.
hands. That's too bad because they had some decent movement going.
Yeah, and you can see they've started to exploit that that under a little more because UVM's been giving it to them. Yeah, really good strike cut here from the Catamounts.
Right on the logo. Oh, we have a collision.
Yeah, it looks like we may have been dinged up a little bit. Appears to be okay.
Did not affect the play, so it will stay on the logo.
So we'll stay with Lucinda Toppin. Greer for the Catamounts. Back to Toppin. Toppin to Greer. Yeah, it looked like
They could probably play catch up the field until they need to make the.
really good find there from
Oh,
Toppin.
that was a good cover on defense by Northeastern, getting to the corner before her opponent.
Yeah,
But
Toppin.
now,
Toppin and Greer are just playing catch.
yep.
And really good job there to find.
That is apparently not a pick, just a collision by two non-related players.
Yeah, finding Issa Berman there at the back end, and that will be half.
And that was a mighty quick half at this main lobster pot tournament. In part brought to you by Bayside Bowl with a lovely menu and lots of lanes. Best bowling experience in Southern Maine, in my opinion.
You want to go do some bowling? No better place than Bayside Bowl.
Yeah, and now this time of year, the rooftop will probably be closed. But come spring, the rooftop will be back open. They sometimes have rooftop movies. It's a really great experience. The PBA, Professional Bowlers Association, hosts an event at Bayside, and from all reports, it is absolutely fantastic.
Again, showcasing why Portland is such a destination. I think if you're USAU, you should consider adding more events out here.
I mean, I would. I admit I'm biased, but you know, who isn't?
I would admit my main biases as well.
However, 36 fields, 84 teams, run like clockwork. It's smooth.
Yeah. Speaking of bowling, the Vermont offense has been running roughshod.
They're
in this
game.
game.
This half could have been faster. Hard to believe, but it could have been faster if a couple of those deep shots weren't just a hair out of reach of the. There were about 4 or 5 of those that were just out of the reach of the UVM receivers. So they're Northeastern. I think is a little young and inexperienced So their youth and inexperience is getting them victimized in a lot of ways. You see a bunch of times where the Northeastern player is, anticipating the cut and getting to the spot, and UVM looks that off, gets a reset, but not everyone on that team has that same ultimate knowledge, and so someone's else doesn't make that same assumption, doesn't see that throw going, and gets beat to the spot, and UVM is just rolling.
True, and we've seen that on the defensive side of the disc from UVM, that sometimes they're able to anticipate throws that Northeastern are going to make even before it's left the handler's hand.
Yeah, and that's something Northeastern needs to work on the second half. When we saw them moving the disc a little bit, we saw them doing their fakes, faking hard, deep, cutting under really hard, stopping, planning, and going in the other direction instead of just coming out from the back of the stack, curling, and then cutting back to the disc.
True, and we saw that work to perfection with Northeastern's lone score. Here, they were able to fake deep, go under, get that initial pass, and then have someone run deep, and she was wide open.
And I do think Northeastern needs to start thinking a little bit differently. Say, all right, I want our offense to initiate from the front of the stack, or I want the third person in the stack to start all the cuts, and just change things up. Because what you're doing right now is not working for you. So change things up. See what your team can adjust to. Because the girls, the women on your team are talented. They're learning this game. They're doing a good job. Trust them to be able to adjust.
True, and they have a really solid fundamental base from which to build, and it'll be it'll be nice to see what their coaches go over and how they implement that offense in the second half.
Well, and if you're UVM, you got to be thinking, all right, none of our games have been close so far in this tournament, and this game at this point is not close. Let's really start getting, nationals is a long way away, but it's never too early to really work on tweaking your offense, tweaking your defense, and not getting that normal relaxation. You're up 8-1, and human tendency is to be like, all right, we're up big. Maybe I don't run as hard after that one particular disc. You still get the turnover, but maybe someone else got it instead of you because we're up. We can relax a little bit. On the national level, they already have that experience. They know they're not going to be able to relax, so they can use this as intensity training.
True. I'm sure if you're Vermont, you're saying, okay, we've played hard all weekend. Really had to fight for all our games. And here they're in uncharted territory. They're up by 7. And it'll be on them to combat that very human instinct of saying, okay, can take our foot off the gas a little bit.
Yep.
Kind of coast into the victory. Because as we see on just a couple of games ago.
Ooh, that was a great job by the UVM player not to run on the spectator that was on the field. Very nicely done, 58.
Yeah.
Carolyn Stone is currently the MVP as far as I'm concerned.
And it looks like UVM and Northeastern are both getting into their pre-second half huddles, and we are just about ready for this second half action.
And this second half action will be brought to you by every single sponsor we have.
Whether you be from PB&Me or over Heat Pumps Port Property, Georgia's North Shore, Maine Ultimate, Lumbery, Maine Movement Think Tank Coworkers, Mortgage Network, Bayside Bowl, among others. You are seen and you are appreciated for your sponsorship. Not to mention Pat's Pizza.
Did you mention Port Property?
I did mention Port Property. I did mention rivalries though.
Oh, very nice.
I'm sure Kenny will be displeased. I think I played with him. I played with him Summer League a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Charlie, manager and one of the co-owners for Bayside Bowl, that was sort of the emphasis behind Bayside, is he took the temperature of Summer League. He played Summer League Ultimate for a number of years. He loved the spirit, he loved the attitude, and he tried to remake that in a bowling setting, and I think he's done a very fine job.
I've been to Bayside just the once, but no, I love my time there, and really love the atmosphere that he has created there.
And if you think you're strong, you should go beyond strength, like one of our sponsors.
Beyond Strength will fill all of your fitness and strength needs here in Southern Maine. If you need a personal trainer, if you need to get back on the fitness horse, give him a call.
Yeah, the observers are trying to hasten things along here. They've been taking their time, so now it is time to come out of half. Northeastern in the white on the left, UVM in the dark, heading back to the right, and it looks like UVM will be pulling.
And it looks like Northeastern's coach going over some final pointers before we get underway for the second half action.
A good strategy is score, don't let them score. That's coaching right there.
It is always a solid way to win ultimate games.
Score more than your opponent.
When you're able to score and you're able to prevent your opponent from scoring, that generally that is a surefire recipe for victory. As Ruckus looks to set up their defense, I think they're potentially discussing which players are going to.
Waiting for a hand from you from Northeastern.
Yep. The observer has officially given his blessing for the pull to go forward.
And the other observer is counting, saying, "Let's move it along, ladies."
And looks like we're getting a running pull. She has given her blessing. And we are underway for second half action here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel.
Another great pull.
This women's finals between Vermont and Ruckus, and
yeah, you see Northeastern coming out in this side stack, which is what was working a little bit for them. Oh, and that just came out of her hand funky, and because that was open, and you can hear her saying that's her bad. She just came out of her hand. A little weird. That was some good anticipation from the Northeastern defender. And we have another deep shot to McCarthy. Oh, just out of her reach. I don't know, there might have been a little hole that she stepped in and just underneath. Oh, good cut by the Northeastern team.
Really good.
Bombing it deep. Can she? Oh, just too far for her own player.
No, and it looked like the throw was there.
Oh, it was wide open.
Yeah, that's Melina Coy for Northeastern. They finally had the play they wanted. They were able to get that cutter open out the top, and Vermont will work from the shadow of their own end zone.
Nice job by the cutting Vermont player to adjust her cut.
Really good job adjusting there by Issa Berman.
Near side of the field and throwing it up, hanging it up, floating it, and number 7 just snatches it away at the last minute from Quater.
Yep, that looks to be Hall for Northeastern. Yeah, I think the cutter had a step there, but just left it up a little too long and allowed Northeastern to come back on and get the good defense.
That's a good cut by the Northeastern person on the break side. Now we have another one.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like that one's gonna hang up.
That's gonna be a connection. Northeastern threatening. Looking for a handler, looking to a reset.
Yep, that's Lucy Jin. Lucy will give it down.
Oh, great fake by the Northeastern handler.
Really
right back
good.
to her for the point.
Really,
unless we have a pick.
I was going to say that was a really good. that was a really good cut there by the Northeastern cutter, getting that wide open.
Apparently, that was too good of a cut, or maybe not. Nope.
Oh no, they're
Whatever
saying.
discussion occurred, UVM said nope, it didn't happen.
They're just saying it was a really good cut.
So 8-2 now in favor of Ruckus.
Yeah, and we've seen it, and we saw it. We saw last game that teams are able to make these runs. So it'll be up to Vermont to really keep the pressure on.
Yeah, I expect UVM here to come back and probably bomb it, and then try and keep it down this end, play some defense, see if they can get the Northeastern team to make a mistake.
Yeah, this slight break in the action brought to you by Royal River Heat Pumps.
All right, Northeastern preparing to pull to UVM. Sky's graying up a little bit.
The
Halo of the sun behind the clouds.
There is a chance for inclement weather later as the pull is up, and it is arcing back onto the field of play.
Knocked down.
Well done by UVM to bring it down. It's Posey there for Ruckus.
Found the easy under, midfield, far side of the field.
Godly fish will give it back to Posey.
Posey gets it and bombs it. And looking for, that looked like a shove down to me.
I think
I would be calling a foul.
I think that's the observer says score.
Well, that's all the observer can say. They can't say you fouled the heck out of her.
And it looks like they chatted out, and it is a score. And so it is 9-2 in favor of Ruckus. And that is Nadia Scopatone for.
Yeah, and we saw this a little bit yesterday. She is really a true deep threat for this team. She's got some height, she's got speed and athleticism, and she knows what she's doing out there. You can tell she's making the proper cuts, and when she gets the disc, when she's not in the end zone, she's patient. She doesn't just rush a throw and try and force something. She's not afraid of the disc. It comes to her, she's confident. So she's been really good this weekend from what we have seen.
And so it'll be Posey for Ruckus, looking to put it down. And Valkyries are ready to ride.
And that is another nice pull from Posey, right on the goal line. Beautiful job.
Excellent job.
Almost had the D. And a big bomb coming from Northeastern. Oh, beautiful throw, received at the 8, far side of the field.
Really good job there by Northeastern, really snatching that play from what could have been disastrous. And now
nice outside into the middle of the end zone. Number 1, once again, showing why she is a team leader.
I really love the perseverance from Northeastern there, because it looked like Vermont had an opportunity to snag it right down on the end of their own goal line, but Northeastern able to recover nicely, get that long deep throw off, and then number 1 just taking that extra time and able to push it in for the score.
And that deep throw was perfect. I mean, it was on the proper side of her player where the defender could not possibly get there, and allowed her teammate to run right under it. Excellent job, excellent answer from Northeastern.
True, and that's showing, and that shows you a part of why they're able to get here and into the final.
And absolutely, now they got to come up with something special on defense.
Yep, as the score is 9-3 here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel.
Northeastern in the white on the right, getting ready to pull.
If you are just joining us, it is the women's final between Northeastern and Vermont.
A little confusion, easily dismayed. Another long throw. Oh my goodness, that is open. Just outside the goal line, waiting for her teammates. Oh, excellent defense on that handler.
Yeah, really good job by Toppin, and really good job finding Acker there for the score.
That's just, you get that little dump and the break side gets open. That's tough to defend. But that was really good defense on the handler by Northeastern, face guarding the handler and trying to assure that she had to work hard to get open. So trying to anticipate.
And my apologies to the Acker family. There are multiple 30s on the field.
Awesome.
For Vermont. So both 30s will be Sophie Acker.
Well, we have not been exactly rigid in demanding all the players have numbers. As you can clearly see, we're more interested in broadcasting Ultimate. And when the players say, we don't care if you say our names on the broadcast, then we take them at their word.
True. And it is exciting that we get to broadcast Ultimate at all as the poll is up, and it is a good one. And it will sit inbounds, and Northeastern will take over.
Move immediately to the middle of the field, about their own 10.
That's Lucy Jin.
Nice snag.
We'll throw it in towards the middle of the field.
Another deep throw from Northeastern. Just needed to put more air under that.
Yep, looking to put it long. She was open out the back, but just nailed the kite, and it will be Lucinda Toppin. Will take over for Ruckus.
Near side of the field. Oh, good curl around. Nice job.
Oh, shit. Ashley Schlinger goes all the way up to get that one, and we'll swing it back to Toppin. Well defended there by Northeastern.
Now Northeastern takes up possession just in front of the goal line, ready to try and score and make this. Oh, great cut by 88 to get the score.
Really nice answer there from Northeastern. Getting that quick defense, able to shrink that lead down from 7 and making it a 6 possession game.
So what was so good about that cut? Was she was able to get the defender on her heels because she charged straight at her, and when the defender kind of moved to a spot, she changed her direction to straight at the defender again, and then planted and took off to the open corner. It was a really, really well done cut by the Northeastern player.
Yeah, and so with the score 10-4 here, Vermont will look to push this game a little closer to its conclusion. We've seen those bang bang plays right off the pole work out well for them. But if I'm here, I think you look to see what the defense is giving you and then go from there.
And you've seen UVM. Well, you probably can't see through the broadcast, but they've been rotating their players fairly consistently, and that's because they have an A and a B squad. Now Northeastern apparently has one full squad, so they've shrunk their lines a little bit. They're playing their top players because this is the finals.
And the pull is down, and it will scoot out the side.
Oh, nice cut to get open. Swing.
Good find by Posey.
Ooh, that was a dangerous throw. Oh, nice inside throw. Oh, now UVM is rolling. Far side of the field.
Really nice job done by there to get those 4 consecutive passes off and to get himself into the middle of the field.
To Quater. Oh, trying to go back to Posey and lays out and almost comes up with it.
That was Lauren Quater looking for Posey there.
Played together in high school.
Yep.
So there's a lot of familiarity there.
Yeah, really nice cut there by 88 to get open.
Northeastern taking control. Trying to go deep again. And not going to be over the outstretched hands of 58.
That's a really good job by Caroline Stone.
Yeah, Stone just read. She baited that. She said, "Go ahead, make that throw. I'll go up there and get it."
Yeah, that was the theme of the first half from the Catamounts and the Ruckus. It was like, go ahead, go throw that deep pass, and then be able to catch up by the time the throw came down. It was a really good job by Posey.
Oh, nice work by the handlers there. Now you get it to the next cutter. Good job. Getting a little bit of movement, getting a little flow. Far side of the field.
Yeah, really nice job there by Ruckus, able to establish some offensive flow.
A little bit hard, but a nice little layout by Stone to come up with the disc.
Yeah, able to put that disc
throwing
in.
it to space, but miscommunication as Scapatone didn't think it was for her. And we have something, I think we have an injury. Yeah, that's what it appears. Stone apparently tweaked something, and she is coming out.
So Stone will exchange for Von Dip.
Now, in Ultimate, you can only substitute in the middle of a point due to an injury, and if you sub out, the opposition has the opportunity to sub out as well, but it does not appear that Northeastern is going to take advantage of that.
And this Northeastern line's been rolling, so I like the decision to not sub.
Oh, great defense again from UVM.
And that was a substitution. Von Dip, who was able to come on looking for Posey, able to find her. Posey.
Nice throw up the field.
Good find for Godly Fisher.
Good fake.
Godly Fisher finding Von Dip. Oh, we got a couple of people.
Too many people cutting in the same spot. Nice under. Oh, but that was just a little bit of float, a little bit under it. Tries to take away the deep, but unsuccessful, and then throws it a little bit out of reach and out of bounds on the far sideline.
Yeah, really nice look there by Northeastern. That long pass was open, just a step too far. Von Dip collects the pass from Posey.
Oh, out of reach. Yeah, again, a little miscommunication there. Let's see if Northeastern can, like we said, exploit this turnover that they got. Trying to mark straight up to take away the deep throw.
Yeah. Northeastern working from the middle of the field.
Just past midfield.
We'll dump it off on back.
Oh, a little too much zip.
Yeah, just unable to complete that swing pass.
Oh, Posey needs to go. She's got her person beat.
And Posey is gone.
She'll get there.
And she'll run onto the disc.
She'll then throw it to Quater in the middle of the end zone for a point.
Easy pitch and catch there for Ruckus, and they will push it to 11-4.
Yeah, there was a chance that was going to be too far, but the thrower got enough under it to allow Posey to catch up to the disc, and Quater was gone as the disc was in the air, leaving her wide open in the end zone.
You could see a little bit of that connection that's been there since they played together in high school, coming into play on that point. And so Ruckus within 4 here.
11-4. With in the A women's upper division final.
And so Vermont will pull from right to left across your screen. Vermont in the assorted darks.
And it appears that the lower division women's final is going on behind us. Hopefully it is an exciting game as well.
Appears to be Emerson College.
And these are the last games of the day. All the other finals are done.
Emerson College and the University of Maine.
And nice pull from UVM, far side of the field for Northeastern.
And they will take over from side.
Yep.
Really.
Player to run under it. Ooh, a pick ball. So we have a pick call. Picks are not legal in. It's just like in basketball where you're trying to run your defender through other people to get open. In Ultimate, that is not legal. So they're trying to determine where the pick was called and where the disc goes from when the pick was called.
I think.
Now, a lot of things you can contest. You can contest fouls, you can contest stalls, you can't contest travels, and you can't contest picks. I honestly do wish you could contest picks. There's nothing worse. Now, I don't think that's the case in this particular case, but there's nothing worse than someone poaching off of you on defense, getting victimized by your intelligence, and then them calling a pick because they were out of position.
Yeah, that appeared to just be a.
Yeah, well, you look at how stacked how close together that stack is, and not a surprise that a pick occurred.
Yeah, and that's something you've been warning about all game, and it looks like came to fruition on that particular.
The disc is up, and UVM intercepts.
Yeah, really good job there by.
Puts it into the end zone, and reaching up for it for the score. Number 21, Alex Greer.
Yeah, that was, but the play, the woman who really made that play, that was Issa Berman. She was able to read that strike cut almost better than the cutter was.
Yeah, she knew where that was going, and the disc floated a little bit, and she was able to get there before her opponent.
Yeah.
Now Northeastern's shown some nice things in this game. They just need a little more experience, from their players. They need players a little more big game, and tournaments like this will help. Every tournament you play in, you get better, right? Because you get more experience. You see different play styles from opponents, and say, hey, maybe we can incorporate that into our game.
True, and when you're playing a program of the caliber that Vermont is, really to even be at the finals and to even score and to score as much as you have against them is really nothing to be ashamed of.
Well, and if I'm the Northeastern coach, I'm watching this YouTube video, and I'm watching what UVM is doing well, what my team is doing well, and I'm saying, okay, can I somehow use what UVM is doing to my advantage for my team? And what can we do in a similar situation on defense in the future? So if we run up against a team as polished as UVM, that we can adjust and we can now all of a sudden play close to their level.
True, and I would argue there's nothing more valuable early on in your Ultimate career playing a quality program like UVM. Then you get that early experience, and you're able to build on it as the poll comes up here from Ruckus. And Northeastern will take over on offense. That comes to Jin in the middle of the field. Jin,
that was an oops pass.
That's just
couldn't quite get it back in your hand before it slipped out.
And Stone looking to put it deep.
Talk about reading where the disc is going before the offensive person. That was a great job by Northeastern's number 1. She has just been absolutely huge out there for her team, offense and defense.
And Northeastern will take back over on
Oh,
offense.
great cut. Up the field. Can she get, 88 just cannot get there.
Yeah, that's Melina Coy for the Valkyries. She was up and gone.
Great anticipation by the Northeastern player.
Really good job.
Oh, and a bomb to number 7 in the end zone for a point.
Yeah, really good job by Northeastern on both sides of the disc on that point. And you could see the anticipation for number 7, able to cut off that swing pass and able to bomb it long. really, really well done by Northeastern.
So you got to wonder if, because of the huge lead at half, if maybe UVM got complacent, but they've still only given up 4 this half, and they've scored 4. So if you're Northeastern, you're thinking, hey, we've matched points with them. And if you're UVM saying, go ahead and keep matching points, because as long as we keep matching points, we're going to win in 3 scores.
Yeah, but I think if you're UVM, it's long. You have a long drive back to Burlington.
Yeah, you don't want it to get any closer than it is now.
Yeah, you really want to keep the screws on this Northeastern program.
Shut them down, shut them out, finish the job.
Yeah.
And I don't anticipate that being a problem for this experienced UVM squad.
And so with the score 12-5, Northeastern will pull from left to right across your screen. Appears as if they have UVM has their O-line out.
Nice pull. We'll tail back into the middle of the field around the 30 for UVM. Oh, a little bit of a high pass.
Yeah, really.
Oh, and the bump there threw off the deep shot that they wanted to take.
Yeah, really good job there by Posey.
Oh, excellent cut by McCarthy.
Yeah. McCarthy looking to swing.
Way around. That's the beauty of the way around.
Yeah, and a really good job there by Ruckus McCarthy.
Nice patience to just dump it quickly to Wilcox for the score.
Really, really nice job there by Ruckus coming back.
Yep.
Coming back, getting the disc to an easily manageable spot, and then swinging it around and in for the score.
Yeah, that was. It looked like it was funny because early on when they were playing with the disc in middle of the field, and Northeastern just missed getting there, and then Posey got the disc in her hands, and she looked like she wanted to wind up for the big throw, and then the momentum of the Northeastern player kind of ran her into Posey and kind of bumped her, and it immediately took the big throw away. So what does she do? Swings it back and forth, and they work it up the field with a bunch of their different cutters and handlers, and then dump it in for the easy score.
And so
the score is now 13-5 UVM over Northeastern.
Yeah, and Vermont within 2 points of sweeping both the men's and the women's elite divisions here.
Yeah, that'd be that's pretty impressive. That means a couple of really good programs.
Yeah, Von Dup will throw. It is fielded by Jin.
And always catch the pull. Side
Jin.
Stack setting up,
Jin.
trying to cut out of it. Oh, nice job.
Forcing far side. Not good job by Northeastern to get open.
Far side of the field, just on the other half of the stripe, and just out of reach of the Northeastern cutter.
Still, really, really good job there by Northeastern. It looks like they're starting to get their offensive flow in as Toppin. And it looks like we have someone bleeding out the back. That's Greer. Greer will run onto the disc.
And look at what those Northeastern players did. They didn't set the mark up. They took away the immediate throw. Good job on an experienced Northeastern team.
Toppin looking to find Greer. Instead, she'll find Ray Wells, and that is a score that will bring Vermont to within 1.
14-5 in favor of Ruckus.
Yeah, and you can hear the Northeastern coach calling out a line.
Yeah, some of these women look a little bit tired today. I don't know why. Just all those games yesterday and all those games today.
True, it is. This is probably game 5 or 6 for most of these college athletes within a 2-day span.
Yeah, this has got to be at least game 6 because they had the quarters, the semis, and now the finals, and they had at least 3 yesterday.
True. Which is a good, solid, full weekend of Ultimate, but at the tail end, if you haven't stretched, if you haven't gone to main movement beforehand, you're probably pretty gassed.
And this is, we talk about this in main ultimate a lot. This is often the first experience you have as a college player in a tournament. So this is a wonderful opportunity to come out and play in a really fun yet competitive tournament with other teams at your level. So kudos to Main Ultimate for once again putting on another excellent lobster pot.
So the Valkyries will receive the pull from Ruckus. Excellent pull there for Von Dupp. It's fielded in the middle of the field. And Valkyries will get a chance to set up their offense. Really nice job there by Ruckus to keep. I'm
marking 88 straight up. She loves the deep throw and she's good at it. Oh, we have another deep shot coming in, number 7 for Vermont.
Oh, that's Marina Godley Fisher, who will immediately.
Oh my goodness! And she puts it right back up to McCarthy, who catches it near the goal line and swings it to.
That's Ashley Schlinger.
Schlinger for the final point of the UVA, or maybe we don't. Was that a travel?
It looks like it was a
dispute.
It was a possible travel, but
so we are discussing.
But it looks like they're going to call it a score.
All right, we no idea what the call was, but congratulations to Northeastern for making it to the finals and really turn it around the second half to really to fight back and get a couple extra points and play some defense, and of course to UVM, the winners of the upper women's division, just filled with a bunch of dirty, filthy players who are extremely skilled and just wonderful, wonderful team. Very well done, Vermont. And one of our TDs, Modis, will be handing out the trophy. An Ultimate player herself and part of Portland Rising, women's premier Ultimate League team, professional Ultimate League team.
Sure, and that was an excellent display of Ultimate from both teams. But you're right, and seeing the roots that Maine Ultimate put down really coming to fruition and on full display with Vermont Ruckus's offense.
Yeah, we've had a good couple days of Ultimate. It's a lot of fun to do these broadcasts and these streams. The only unfortunate part is we don't get to see some of the other games going on. With so many games and so many really good spirited contests, it's a great weekend for Ultimate in southern Maine in late October, where the weather isn't freezing.
True, and if you are watching online and you have the capability next year to come and see it in person, they have over 30 fields worth of Ultimate going on at any one point in time for 2 days here in October.
College teams, start planning now. This is a fantastic tournament for you. They probably already have the dates for next year set, so keep abreast of the situation, get your teams together, get your funding together, get ready to come out. As a final word from me, I would like to again thank all our sponsors, but also all our wonderful volunteers. I mentioned it yesterday. No one's getting paid for this. We're all out here on our own time to provide a tournament for these college kids. It's just a great experience. My broadcast partner, Finn, drives up from Philadelphia every year just to do these tournaments. Max is fantastic on the video. And of course, thanks to all the college teams. They're the ones who make this make this a tournament, make this happen. All positive things to say about everything with this weekend.
All right. Any final any closing thoughts beyond Mike?
Nope, that is all I have.
All right. Thank you very much for joining me on this broadcast, and so for Maxime Rumel, for Rich Young, and for all the rest of the volunteers here, I'm Phineas Samuelson signing off. We'll see you next year.